guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. A Russian military transport plane that was carrying 74 people, including 65 Ukrainian prisoners of war, crashed today in a border region near Ukraine. Everyone on board was killed. A Russian state news agency reported that the POWs were being transported to the border region for a prisoner exchange. Marijuana sales in Michigan were high last year. A report from the Michigan Cannabis Regulatory Agency says that sales of cannabis were over $3 billion, which is higher than the alcohol sales in the state. As expected, not everyone is happy with that news, with some upset about marijuana's effects on the social problems in the state. If you're curious, that total works out to just over $300 per person in the state of Michigan. Former President Donald Trump won New Hampshire's Republican presidential primary yesterday, defeating former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley in New Hampshire and moving him closer to a rematch with President Biden this fall. Trump's campaign celebrated his win by sending a fundraising text to supporters declaring this race is over.
And just a little note to Nikki. She's not going to win.
Haley says she's not going anywhere and plans to stay in the race. Western China reeling from aftershocks after a 7.1 magnitude earthquake yesterday in a remote part of the country. About 12,000 people were staying in tents and shelters. 3 people were killed, 5 injured. Hundreds of buildings were damaged. The death toll is considered relatively light thanks to the low population around the epicenter of the quake. This is USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
The Oscar nominations came out yesterday, and while Barbie was nominated for Best Picture, among others, Ryan Gosling and America Ferrera picked up supporting nods. Lead actress Margot Robbie and director Greta Gerwig were snubbed. That did not sit well with Gosling, being that he said there's no Ken without Barbie. He released a statement voicing his displeasure, saying, "But there is no Ken without Barbie. There is no Barbie movie without Greta Gerwig and Margot Robbie, the two people most responsible for this history-making, globally celebrated film. No recognition would be possible for anyone on the film without their talent, grit, and genius. To say that I'm disappointed that they are not nominated in their respective categories would be an understatement." In-N-Out Burger permanently closing one of its restaurants for the first time ever. They've never closed a restaurant until now. They announced yesterday that its Oakland location will soon close because of rampant crime in that area. Their statement saying, despite taking repeated steps to create safer conditions, our customers and associates are regularly victimized by car break-ins, property damage, theft, and armed robberies. Oreo is giving you a chance to go to space. You can enter at liftoff.oreo.com. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, well, cue the microphone, and it is showtime. Just like that, here we go. Once again, welcome in, welcome aboard. Everybody gather around. We kick off Thursday? Yes, indeed. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, we'll make our way into a brand new day. What do we see? Turn the page on the calendar, 25th day of January. So if your week's going well, we can indeed start looking toward the weekend. It'll be here before you know it. I'm Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another foggy night. Foggy. That's been the word all week long for much of the central and eastern portions of the country. As I look at the advisory maps again tonight, dense fog advisories stretching from the northern regions of North Dakota all the way down into northern and eastern Texas. Pretty much all points in between. All of Kansas, eastern Nebraska, South Dakota, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, all the way over into northern Pennsylvania, eastern PA, southern portions of New York, fog advisories in the southeast, extending all the way over into northern Georgia, western South Carolina, into the higher elevations in western North Carolina. And then, of course, if you love a rainy night, it's been your kind of weather in much of the south central and southeastern USA. Another rainy night with torrential rain, just one wave after another. Rain, rain, rain. Heaviest rains are in the southeast. Pockets of heavier rain extending from just north of Atlanta tonight on up into the southern reaches of Tennessee. Heavy rain through much of central and northern Alabama. Things get kind of spotty. It seems like, the rain's ending, but then behind that is yet another wave wave just east of Jackson, Mississippi. Heavy rains, a separate area of precipitation back into much of Louisiana. Then you head on over into Texas, from San Antonio to Killeen, just east of Dallas. Just a soggy night. The combination of flooding, downpours, and gusty winds causing some concerns, dangers across the south, as a pair of storms brings the persistent threats right on into the weekend. We actually started the wet weather with drenching downpours, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas. More than 2.5 inches of rain, going back from wrapping up the weekend through Tuesday of this week. Tyler, Texas, College Station, Texas, over 3.5 inches of rain in less than 3 days. Those rounds of rain and thunderstorms expected can continue across the southern tier of the country right on through the upcoming weekend. It's a persistent flow out of the Gulf of Mexico, funneling all that moisture into the storm as it slides along the Gulf Coast. Some thunderstorms from central Texas to coastal Alabama could produce some damaging winds, hail, and even a tornado or two. As the storms continue to shift eastward through the day Thursday, we will again see thunderstorms and rain for New Orleans to Nashville, Atlanta, Georgia, and they're lingering along the Atlantic coast probably through much of Friday. So if you get repeatedly hit with downpours in a short time, those areas most susceptible to flash flooding. Widespread rainfall amounts through Thursday night will be topping 4 inches from Texas to northern Mississippi. There's a few neighborhoods that could even approach storm totals approaching 18 inches of rain. That's most likely in far eastern Texas and northern Louisiana. Although the rain, thunderstorms linger for the Carolinas to the Florida Panhandle, even into Friday, parts of the Mississippi River Valley will have a brief reprieve from rain, but then another round comes in over the weekend. Our next storm is expected to strengthen late Friday or Friday night in Oklahoma and Texas. So more rain and thunderstorms in the south central and southeastern states. The core of that storm and maybe, yes, the wintry precipitation will move northward. Now, it's rain and thunderstorms sweeping from Texas to the Carolinas and the Florida coastal areas on into Sunday. Unlike the previous storm, this late week storm is going to move much quicker, so that'll limit the amount of rainfall. Rainfall totals probably going to be limited to an inch or two rather than climbing even into the double digits in some areas. While severe weather and flash flooding will be concerns into the weekend, much of that region is still actually, believe it or not, in drought, and they could use some rain for the long-term numbers. Looks like a rather dry week seems to be in store for the final days of January. That should help the ground absorb a lot of the rainwater from this week's events. Eventually, once that occurs, the week's rain should make a dent in the overall drought conditions. Numbers should be improving there. Coming up, there will be a wintry side to that second storm system. It'll be much further to the north. It's going to be mainly a rain event for the big cities. Most of the I-95 corridor, it's another chilly rain from D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia to New York City. Now you combine with all the recent rain and the warmer temperatures, which have melted away a lot of that snow. Area rivers and streams are already running high. This rain could renew the threat of additional flooding. Now, the final round of rain expected to begin Sunday. Not going to be eye-popping rainfall totals, but could still be enough to increase the risk of flooding. But in the run-up to that storm, more significant flooding possible ending the work week. We already have flood watches posted all the way up into portions of the Northeast. So a series of storms kind of soaking the Southeast. Where might we see some wintry precip, seeing as it's still a few days away? It's going to depend on the exact track of the storm. The threat of snow and even an icy mix is pretty much a surefire bet further inland. The area at greatest risk for maybe some travel issues will be from Saturday night through Monday, from parts of the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes into the interior Northeast and New England. Detroit, Grand Rapids, Michigan, say from Akron to Cleveland, Ohio, on over to Albany and Buffalo, New York, even Boston. Some of the cities where we may be talking a few inches of snow and slippery travel to end the upcoming weekend. Now, because of that, any flexible travel or outdoor plans, you might want to move it up to the end of the work week or the start of the weekend before that cold, stormy weather moves in for the second half of the weekend. Similar to earlier this week, there could be a zone of icing, some sleet or freezing rain. Yeah, the warm weather we're seeing here to end the week, temperatures, 50s or even 60, should limit the impacts to just maybe the secondary roads and sidewalks rather than the major highways. It'll take a bit of time for the asphalt to cool off enough for things to begin sticking. So a quick look at our travelers' weather around the country as we kick off a brand new day. Philly Dan, hello there from the city of brotherly love. Hope you and the crew have a great day. Everybody stay safe. Rubber Duck, good morning. Kind of babysitting cars that need to go behind the locked gate. Closed a Ford dealership today. He took the buyout. Says Ford's cutting 40% of its dealers around the country. So, Joe, you care to tell us how awesome that is? Gilligan, good morning, Steve. All the listeners, it's kind of a misty rain in Natural Bridge, Virginia, but we'll take this warm 49 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. Hello, Marianne. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Checkup went well this past day. Doctor says I may be taking some physical therapy. Very good. Always good to get a positive checkup, though. Mindy. Hello, Mindy. Hello to the Steve Summers overnight family. Everybody have a good show out there. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. We're 39. It's wet at the New York-Connecticut state line, headed back to Hartford. I'm going to jump on over and tune in via the app tonight. I-95 southbound in Brunswick, Georgia. There's Shorty on board, 65 degrees. Yes, foggy. It's Orlando turnaround number 2. And I'm not sure, I forgot to ask Mindy about that Rumble thing. Why we're not live on Sunday night or Monday. I'll have to make a mental note to get with her on that. Good morning, says Timothy. Everybody, it's raining in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Hello, Double R. What did you find out about that senator? It wasn't a senator. Yeah, Double R had given me a call before I had started my prep this past evening. It was actually the big story we talked about last evening. We shared the audio of Kari Lake holding a discussion with, it was actually the head of the Republican Party in the state of Arizona. Recall that discussion? Lo and behold, he resigned this past day. Yeah, I should have seen that coming, right? Arizona Senate candidate Kari Lake said when this past evening, the resignation letter that he wrote, though, as head of the state Republican Party was disgusting and that he did a horrible job. He's actually trying to kind of turn the tables. You know, it wasn't my fault. Oh, okay, yeah, right. Yeah, he's got some questions to be answered. Matter of fact, we'll get into the heart of that. It gets even better. Somewhere down the line after that audio was released, and yes, we've confirmed now that Kari Lake did actually record that conversation. And that's not the only conversation she had recorded. She said something along the lines to Mr. Head of the Republican Party, if you don't step down, I'll release, I've got a better tape. Now, he's thinking in the back, man, oh, man, I know I've had a lot of conversations with her, but so he stepped down, hoping that nothing else comes forward. What all did she have recorded from this guy is our question. But we'll get to some of our other listening friends checking here. Lots to cover. Yeah, we'll get to industry headlines and so much more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get to the calls coming up here. Who gets to be first out of the box at 844-844-3388. Who else we got checking in? 5-7, copy the mail. How we doing tonight? Michael, good evening from West Monroe, Louisiana, where it's 61 degrees and, yes, rain, rain, rain. Jeffrey, New York City, good morning, Steve. 10 more days, and it'll be Jeff from sunny Florida. Oh, yeah? Now, is that a permanent move or just a little visit to the sunshine? I assume he's moving to Florida. All right, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 35 degrees in Omaha, Nebraska. Count them, 3 powerful chrome-plated cow trucks just entering our 800th mile of constant dense fog, and more to come as we make our way north at a high rate of speed. A nice thing is the nighttime fog is keeping the cars and trucks parked, giving us true ownership of the highway. I mean, we already dominate both lanes of our nation's highways, but tonight we don't have to share even an inch of asphalt. Special shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, as we check in from the corn patch tonight. There you go. Watch it in that fog, guys, though. Slow it down. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Morning Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thursday. Got my workout cut for me tonight. Got 2 stores with the gas stations to keep me busy. Rainy, foggy, but mild. 59 degrees, rolling on Interstate 71 in the state of Kentucky tonight. See what Michael had to say there. Nikki, come on, give it up. You don't have a snowball's chance in hell to climb that mountain to be president. Yeah, no, Nikki. Let's see. Buckeye Boy in Kissimmee, Florida tonight, where it's a very pleasant and welcome 72 degrees. Wildcat said it's been raining hard, off and on at the home 20 there in Ackworth. I decided to get a hotel tonight, which it's a different one that I'm in tomorrow night. It was actually sold out for night, but this one's actually cheaper anyway. After my delivery tomorrow, my sister, Hurricane Jane, is driving over from Auburndale. Looks like we may go out for dinner. It'll be good to see her. From our Canadian friend who called last night about discounts for Disney, that was Canadian Terry that was asking about that. He said, I actually saw several billboards about discounts. They had a website, savenow.info, and it says it's by the Florida Welcome Centers. I don't know any of the details or any of the limitations, but back in November of 2019, the day after the big shift in the vote totals overnight, I told several people there was a possible virus or hacking of the vote machines that no one would be able to prove it. Well, it sounds like that was proven, and it was done right in front of the judge in court. Yes, we discussed that last evening. So have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. Hello, Pappy. It's kind of a gloomy night, 48 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Drizzle, dark, foggy night. Saddle up, let's go. I'm a tad late, but let it roll. Are you with me? And there's Tracy Moyer checking in from the R&L Terminal, Houston, Texas, tonight. Good to have you on board. Real quick, it's the Arizona Republican Party Chairman, Jeff DeWitt was the name, announcing this past day, surprise, surprise, he's resigning. A day after the release of the audio recording, revealing his efforts to encourage the former Republican gubernatorial candidate, Kari Lake, to not run for the U.S. Senate. We shared that audio. If you missed the program last evening, you go back to the podcast. We shared the entire, well, it was about a 5-minute conversation right after we kicked off hour number 2 of the program, if you'd like to go back and listen to it in its entirety. But in that audio clip, DeWitt could be heard telling Lake, who was a leading contender for the Senate, I've heard from some powerful people back east, as he put it, a.k.a. Washington, D.C., that don't want her to run. There's very powerful people who want to keep you out, he says. But these people are willing to put their money where their mouth is in a big way. On the recording, DeWitt then asked Kari to come up with a dollar amount, and that's where she cut him off. He says, just say there's a number at which I can be bought, she says. I don't want to make a deal with these kind of people. This is a hill worth dying on. Now, in his statement, DeWitt described the audio. He says it was, quote, selectively edited from a private conversation. Now, the conversation I played last, the audio was a pretty consistent 5-minute conversation. There was no editing in that conversation. Now, he says, as chairman, my primary duty is to strengthen our party, which involves challenging dialogues and strategic decisions. The conversations are meant to assess and enhance the viability of candidates. Now, he said he actually was employing Kari in his private company at the time, and her recording of the conversation raises serious legal and moral questions. Like, Kari's in trouble. You're the one that did something wrong. Contrary to accusations of bribery, he said my discussions were transparent and intended to offer perspective, not coercion. Now, wait a minute. Jeff, when you're asking for a dollar amount, that's bribery. Coercion, not coercion? He said, I genuinely believed I was offering a helpful perspective to someone I considered a friend. I can see why Kari Lake says his resignation letter was disgusting. Now, he said his advice to her was not to run for Senate, but just wait a couple more years and then run for governor again. Now, he does say, I said things I regret, but I realize when I hear Lake's recording, I was set up. Yeah, referring maybe to the part to saying on the recording that he wasn't sure that even President Trump could win again. DeWitt then accused Kari of crafting her responses in the audio to make her the hero of her own story. Now, DeWitt was chief operating officer and chief financial officer of Trump's 2016 campaign, chief operating officer of Trump's 2020 campaign. Out the door. Now, he said, a few hours ago, I received an ultimatum from Lake's team. Resign today or face the release of a new, more damaging recording.
USA News Update. President Biden and former President Trump notched significant primary election victories in New Hampshire this week. For Biden, the victory came after a write-in campaign, the president making abortion a central issue in 2024.
We need the protection of Roe v. Wade in every state, and we can do it. It's within your power to do it.
During a rally in Manassas, Virginia, meanwhile, former President Trump won a second straight primary victory in convincing fashion. His win over Nikki Haley in New Hampshire, Biden's notching another big endorsement this week as well. The United Auto Workers Union announced Wednesday it is officially backing the sitting president.
If Donald Trump ever worked in an auto plant, he'd be a company man trying to squeeze the American worker.
UAW President Shawn Fain. Many union leaders did support Trump years ago during his 2016 campaign. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed, underway as we make our way into a Thursday morning. Yeah, Pappy, you are correct. He said, ruh-roh. Sounds like the lake waters, a.k.a. Kerry Lake, the lake waters are overflowing into the swamp. And I will move on to some other things, but let me give you a little bit more on that particular story, because this is quite interesting. When you've got a guy sitting down with someone who had already run for governor in the state, and this guy's supposed to be helping her, and now she very closely lost that race, and you wonder what happened in Arizona, right? That was the one to Katie Hobbs, and now she's looking to run for the Senate seat there in the state of Arizona. But you've got an individual sitting across the table from you telling you that there's very powerful people back east, and they're willing to put their money where their mouth. I wonder, well, just what was your figure, Jeff? What was your number to take that buyout? Yeah, right, you're dialing the wrong number there. Yeah, he'll dial it back up. Meanwhile, Kerry yesterday said, I did not see an apology to the people of Arizona. And, I mean, to have someone act like, he tried to act like the behavior, the conversation you heard on that audio would be normal communication among friends. It's disgusting. I think he did a horrible job. He should have just apologized, resigned, and say he's going to work to do better. Now, she said Arizona's Republican leaders are going to be meeting on Saturday this week to talk about who is going to be the new party leader in the state. The corruption I saw in this individual, I don't think there's anybody who would be worse, to be honest. You could get a church mouse who might be a more ethical creature. We're going to need to have a strong Arizona Republican Party. I hope and pray when these amazing Republicans descend on Phoenix this Saturday, they can come together, find a great ethical, honest leader who's strong and smart and hardworking, can get us through the next 10 months so we can get our state back and get our country back on track. I mean, just give me a number there. Yeah, right? It is 844-844-3388. Who we got on board? Would that be Rubber Duck? I'm not sure who it is.
It would be the Rubber Raven.
Rubber.
We're going to win. We're going to beat the Chiefs.
Oh, okay. I wondered what was going on. Rubber Raven. Okay.
Gotta, man. Come on. I literally bought Jonathan Ogden's Land Rover back from California with my 2 daughters and my first wife in a 48-inch flat top 96 Peterbilt. I had 9 personal cars that went all over heck and back. And one of them was a black Land Rover that had a UCLA jersey with the number 75 on it, the Sports Illustrated cover for the Lineman of the Year that he got, and a big trophy. And we lived in Baltimore. We didn't have a football team because they kind of got on a Mayflower van and went to Indiana anyway.
Yeah.
But then we kind of did dirty pool and snuck a team away from Cleveland. But that bit Modelo in the ass anyway because he never could sell that house. So, but we're going to go to the better things. Our economy is so great that a Ford dealership in a small town, it's a teeny town. This guy was one of my smallest customers. If he bought 25 cars that I put on a truck a year, but still, he was a customer. He sold new Fords, sold used Fords. They offered him money to walk away from the new Ford. We'll take your franchise and sell it to somebody else, pretty much is what they're doing. Anything you finance with us, we're going to take back and send to the auction for you. Now, let's talk about this. A 2022 Ford F-350 Platinum King Ranch, I'm sorry, not Platinum, King Ranch single wheel diesel 4-door pickup truck. They have on their internet site at $82,000.
Mm-hmm.
This is used.
Wow.
This is 2024 now. The Jeep Gladiator I have on is a 2020 with only 17,000 miles on it. Has some extras on it, but they're Jeep extras from the factory. $45,900 is what he wanted retail for it. They bought these cars last spring, 2023. These cars were getting ready to have a birthday sitting on his lot. As is many of my other customers have vehicles on their lots that have had birthdays. And that's not a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because a year ago, the market was through the roof for what people were paying. There's a big thing going on about how the high-performance Mopars were marked up $50,000 to $100,000 to get you a buy-in spot to get your car. And then they asked for another $50,000 once the car got delivered and tried to sell it to somebody else. That was a big YouTube thing a couple weeks ago.
Did you notice by chance, did this particular dealer have any of the Ford electric vehicles on his lot for sale? Did you pay attention?
They disappeared.
Okay.
He had some Mach-E's. He had 2 or 3 Mach-E's. But this dealer is in the middle of US 12 in Three Oaks, Michigan. It is a flat spot in the middle of the road unless I-94 has an accident. It used to be the main drag. It's the Chicago Trail. It runs through the Irish Hills, past the Speedway, over to Ypsilanti, and into US 23 where I pick it up. I come this way because there's a couple of bridges I can't trust because of the construction. They might be 13.6. They might not be 13.6. I'm not going to take a chance. But I came through the woods today. That was a 6-hour, 226-mile drive. with people just not paying attention, including the nice guy in the red Volvo truck that turned out in front of me, turning left when I was going 55 mile an hour. I now have another hard braking incident. That's another I wanted to get to. I have 75 speeding violations, 17 hard brakings, and 27 corner violations. Well, who the hell's watching this stuff? Not my boss. It's the E-Log company. So, but if all these violations are occurring and they're seeing all this, when somebody gets in an accident, they can subpoena their E-Logs and they can pull this out, just like they did my phone for the towing company when I got hit on the side of the road. They wanted my personal phone. They wanted the towing company's phone. They wanted to prove that I was supposed to be where we gave them all the records. But now, here's a record that nobody's paying attention to because they're not in it for the long run. They just don't care. I drove slow. I drove safe. I drove sane because it was foggy. By the way, 3-4 telephone poles out in front of you tonight. Nope, the snow's melting. There's puddles all over the place, and you just want to take your time.
Right.
And
so go back to your E-Log violations for speeding. So if you're in a 65 zone and say you're doing 70, is that where your E-Log is saying you're? Do they give you one or two over the limit, or what do they give you? Anything?
No. Well, see, my boss. Well, okay. My boss and I think we have a contest going on, to be honest with you. I'm not sure because he knows I'm not going to kill nobody, but I have one test to review, it says, according to Motive. And it says speeding. So I'm going to look at this. You have 239 speeding events to review. We'll just go back to January 9th at 7:28 p.m. Speed limit was 55 miles an hour, but I was going 17 above.
Okay.
We'll go back to January 3rd at 7:35, and I was down on a 2-lane road, passing somebody, 45 mile an hour speed limit, and for 5 minutes I went 23 miles an hour over the limit.
Okay. That's speeding.
I think I was trying to get away. No, I think I was trying to get away from somebody that was being a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Got another one. Wow. Hour and 47 minutes. I was 15 miles an hour above the speed limit. See, I don't think these things are legit. For 20 minutes, I was 16 miles an hour above the speed limit on I-80 on the Tri-State Tollway at 7 o'clock at night. No, that wasn't happening. These are tainted. Anyway, marked as reviewed. I guess I'm the safety guy tonight.
Okay.
I guess that's why I work for where I work, because they probably wouldn't fire me anywhere else. Right? I try.
Well, we know some drivers out there. Horse Feathers. I mean, he had a few of those events on his log, and he's under explicit instructions. He is not allowed to exceed the speed limit. So he's got to watch his P's and Q's very, very close.
And I did that today on US 12. I set the cruise at 55 miles an hour, and I had 11 people pass me in dangerous positions that triggered those hard braking incidences, because I'm going to have to dive on the brakes when you cut over in front of me a half a dotted line. Like I said, I had the tractor trailer pull out in front of me. And to be honest, with the roll cage that's around me, if I'd trying to figure out where the gas tank is on that little Ford, yeah, that probably would have been a good one, because the gas tank's in front of the rear wheels. I would have gone right through them and bought my island. I am to that point. I have the dash camera. I now have the E-Log that says I was not speeding at that time, and I hit the brakes and I went through the side of your trailer. So Skippy, I hope your insurance is paid up, because the next one of y'all that pulls out in front of me after 38 years out here, I'm done. I'm done stomping on the brakes. I'm done having to answer questions to my boss why I did this, why I did that. I'd rather just say, well, he pulled out in front of me. Here, watch the video. I went right through him.
Yep.
And that sucks to say that because I do not want to hurt anybody else out here. It burns me up when I see somebody one dotted line away from somebody on the interstate trying to get their 66 miles an hour, all they can get out of them, or 68 mile an hour. And by the way, it's Michigan, guys. They will pull you over. They will. They just haven't caught you yet. And that's the other thing. I challenge law enforcement. I'm tired of it. I am seriously tired of it. Y'all need to start doing your job. Not you, Pappy, but if he could pull over trucks, he probably would. And start just, they're like puppy dogs. You're going to have to rub their nose in it to get them to learn. And it's I don't know, but anyway, this Kari Lake thing and other things sounds a little bit Watergate-ish.
Yeah, you think, right?
The way I heard it last night, it sounded like she was the bad person, but now, no, the other guy was trying to coerce her into doing things, and she's standing up for the right thing.
Correct. Saying that she can't be bought. And interesting how there's. I mean, that was a pretty damning audio we shared last evening. Now, for her to tell him yesterday that we've got something even worse than that, I mean, my curiosity is way up. What else has he tried to do?
I think there was a news reporter that interviewed somebody on a bus that caught a candid comment. Maybe he was trying to do something like that.
Yeah.
We're going to keep it a family show, though. But she has scruples and morals if she's bringing this to light. And I don't think she's doing it to damage President Trump. And I don't think she's doing it to damage Nikki Haley. I think she's doing it to bring light to the American people that it's not like you think it is.
Yeah. Well,
you need to wake up.
It just makes you wonder. You mentioned Trump. I mean, those same powerful people, back east in D.C., how many in the swamp have picked a number, have been bought out to try to, how many Republicans actually went after Trump? And to this day, how many of them are on that wagon? I think we haven't heard the last of that story. That is for sure. But he mentioned the Ford dealership. I did a quick search, and I indeed see what he's talking about. He said that little dealership told him that about 40% of the Ford dealers may be disappearing. From Yahoo Auto about a month ago. Headlines state only about half of Ford dealers are on board to sell the electric vehicles. The automaker's certification program can cost dealerships over $1 million. Some dealers aren't happy with the requirements, like training and installing a charger. As sales of electric vehicles with stubbornly high prices, many Ford dealers are not willing to take the leap and invest in selling them. Just over half of Ford's nearly 3,000 dealerships in the U.S. have opted out of the investment necessary to sell the electric vehicles like the F-150 Lightning and the Mustang Mach-E. Instead, some dealers will stick with the traditional combustion engines and hybrids, which are soaring in popularity. EV adoption rates, it varies around the country, according to a Ford spokesman who spoke to the Business Insider. As dealers have completed their due diligence in their local markets, dealer enrollments for 2024 have stabilized at just over 50% of the network, about 1,550 dealers. Now, that enrollment level places about 86% of the population in the country within 20 miles of a Ford dealership that would be capable of selling and servicing a Ford electric vehicle. Part of the dealer trepidation, though, could be in response to the massive investment that the automaker has required their dealers to sell the electric cars, including DC fast chargers, allowing each sales lot to double as a charging location for EV owners, and other training for their staff. The certification programs can cost upwards of $1 million. It's already landed Ford in several lawsuits. In one case, an Illinois board ruled in favor of a dealership group that claimed Ford's program violated state law, according to the Chicago Tribune. Ford plans to appeal that decision. Ford dealers were among the first to begin ringing the alarm bells on the waning electric vehicle demand earlier last year, when some stores started turning down their allocations of the Mustang Mach-E. Later in 23, some Ford dealers told Business Insider they were struggling to fill orders for the Lightning. Earlier in December, Ford scaled back production, as we know, of the electric F-150 Lightning after temporarily cutting a shift of production in October. The company sold 16,000 electric trucks in the first 9 months of last year, a tiny fraction of the roughly 570,000 F-Series vehicles it sold in the same time frame. They've also postponed a $12 billion investment in electric vehicle manufacturing. Ford's relationship with dealers has taken a hit since the company started enforcing these new electric vehicle requirements. The company came in dead last in a recent survey of dealers' trust in their franchises, with 46% of Ford dealers saying they have no trust in the franchise. Wow. In other words, sounds like, well, based on that, half the dealerships around the country are pretty much refusing to put the EVs on their lot. Now, that's kind of why I asked Rubber Duck about the vehicles that he said are actually, they've been sitting on the lot long enough to be celebrating a birthday. That's not good. It is 844-844-3388. Let's see what's going on with Scarecrow this morning. Hey there.
Hey, buddy. Well, Steve, I'm going to turn the pages back a couple pages in the saga of the Boeing deal here. Maybe you brought it up in last night's show. I just didn't hear it. Now, 2 days back, a wheel fell off the front landing gear.
I had not touched on that yet. I had that before me. So they're on they're taxiing, I guess, and they watched one of the damn wheels rolling down the hill. It's like, what?
Yeah, it was another pilot. Well, I suppose he was taxiing or such, but he's the one that spotted it and reported. But yeah, I didn't dwell on it. I didn't take time to search on it. But yeah, they said the wheel was literally gone.
Yep.
Like I say, that was the 2 pages back. Now today, and you'll probably be getting to this, but the CEO, he was, I think, actually behind closed doors in a question and answer thing. But now there are those that claim that door that blew out was actually repaired by Boeing sometime recently. So yeah, there's this is not going to go away and anytime soon. But then, yeah, the current story about the politics and such. I don't know if this is a huge red flag, Steve, or not. I purposely watched, the ABC News last evening, figuring that Kari Lake story was going to be, a lead story, or very close to it. Steve, ABC did not touch that story.
Are you surprised?
There was not a whisper.
Are you surprised?
Well, I would have figured they'd be beating from ear to ear about, the Republicans, having some type of ties to all this and whatnot. But there's two sides of the fence, but my thoughts are maybe nobody in Washington wants her, on board. This just my train of thought. Maybe there's funds from that would be going through that pot to buy her off or whatever. They might be from both sides of the fence.
I would say the corruption runs deep. We know that for certain, but yeah, we got to hold that thought. We pause there as we close out hour number 1, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump celebrating primary election victories in New Hampshire today. Biden winning in a write-in campaign on the Democratic side, Trump topping rival Nikki Haley in the Republican primary. Biden on Wednesday as well, notching a significant political endorsement. The United Auto Workers Union announced it is officially backing Biden.
If Donald Trump ever worked in an auto plant, he'd be a company man trying to squeeze the American worker.
UAW President Shawn Fain in Wednesday's announcement, labor union bosses did show support for Trump back in his run in 2016. More recently, Fain credits Biden for becoming the first sitting president to join the picket line as UAW members walked out on the big three automakers, earning themselves big pay raises last November. Just as election year politics are heating up, The Daily Show will welcome back longtime legend and host Jon Stewart. He's set to return and host the Comedy Central show on Monday nights beginning February 12th, while the show finds a permanent host for Trevor Noah, who left in December 2022. British billionaire Joe Lewis is pleading guilty to charges of insider trading in the U.S. He was accused of giving inside info on companies he invested in to friends, personal assistants, and romantic partners. Controversy over the Barbie movie is brewing at the Oscars.
The Oscar nominations came out yesterday, and while Barbie was nominated for Best Picture, among others, Ryan Gosling and America Ferrera picked up supporting nods. Lead actress Margot Robbie and director Greta Gerwig were snubbed. That did not sit well with Gosling, being that he said there's no Ken without Barbie.
USA's Corey Myers. No response to the complaints from the Academy. This
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The heavy fighting continues between Israel and Hamas in the Middle East. Israeli forces suffering their worst losses in a while this week when Hamas militants killed 21 IDF troops in Gaza on Monday. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby discussed the Biden administration's vision of a post-war Gaza.
We don't want to see Hamas in charge of Gaza anymore. We certainly agree with our Israeli counterparts that whatever the future of post-conflict Gaza looks like, it can't include Hamas leaders.
Former President Donald Trump or current President Joe Biden may still have a path back into the Oval Office no matter how the election shakes out in November. If either side successfully delays certification of election results in Congress 1 year from now, those election results might be sent down to the nation's state legislatures and state assemblies to decide. Republicans control the majority of state legislative seats in America, but democratically controlled and influenced states may yet have a high enough number of electoral votes still to hand Biden a victory at the end of the day. Such a process would be brand new territory for the country in modern time, but is provided for by the U.S. Constitution. The LA Times is announcing a large wave of layoffs. The paper says it plans to cut roughly a quarter of its staff. Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, who owns California's largest daily paper, says it is losing between $30 and $40 million every year. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Back at it, round number 2. Where'd we leave off there? Hello from a foggy, scary night in West Memphis, Arkansas. Hello, Dingbat. She says, I'm off tonight because I got early signs of strep. Yuck. But I'll be back to work tomorrow, hopefully. I'll be going to the orthopedic on Thursday. Well, brain dead is TKO, and we all know what that means. Snoring or sawing logs. You pick. Anyway, hope everybody's doing well tonight. Doing great. Love y'all bunches. Enough to be making too many jokes. All right, she's going to get some rest herself. How many days till Christmas in July? Just asking for a friend. Hello to Alan, who says he's still at the home 20. He took 4 days off. All right, Truckin' Troy. Good morning, Steve-O. A rainy night here in Homer, Michigan. Working late in the shop tonight. Everybody have a good night. Buckeye Boy. Talking about the Fords. I saw the Mustang Mach-E at the Ford dealership that I get my service done at. I thought it was ugly. I'd never own one. They also had the Lightning sitting there. Both of them were on Chargers. All right, we're going to get Scarecrow brought up, and yes, I did have the story here. The news for Boeing just continues to get worse with each passing day. A Delta Boeing 757 that was taxiing on the runway with 184 passengers on board at Atlanta's International Airport, forced to abort takeoff when a nose wheel fell off, parted ways with the stricken flight. The wheel just came off and rolled down the hill as the flight was waiting to begin its journey. According to the report from the Federal Aviation Administration, this particular plane was 32 years old, they say. Delta confirmed the incident on the flight that was scheduled to fly from Hartsfield-Jackson International to Bogota, Colombia. All customers and their bags were removed from the aircraft, transferred to the gate, and onto a replacement aircraft. We apologize to our customers for the inconvenience. Delta said that plane was actually back in service the next day. None of the passengers or crew were hurt in the incident. Just another event, just another blow to Boeing. January 5, the big story where the Alaska Airlines jet had the door plug blow out after takeoff when they were at 16,000 feet. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken was also grounded in Switzerland last Wednesday after his Boeing plane had a, quote, critical failure due to an oxygen leak. A second plane was quickly dispatched to whisk him back home, thus leaving the globalist elites that had been gathered for the World Economic Forum in Davos in his wake. Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun was in D.C. on Wednesday to meet with lawmakers about the safety of the MAX 9. I'm sure they had additional questions there, but something going on with, what do they call it, quality control, it appears, at Boeing. All right, Scarecrow, welcome back.
Well, there's no doubt incidents that happen every day out there, Steve. I mean, you look at the railroad, derailments.
Yeah.
After a handful of significant ones, then we became known that that's a routine thing.
It happens every day. But, yeah.
In the air transport field, obviously anything is gonna, grab the public's attention, and just coincidentally for Boeing right now, man, so like we sit back here and wonder, okay, what's the next deal going to be that comes forth? But so anyway, the Kari Lake thing. You might have a different perspective on it, or maybe the right looks like this as something that's going to give her even more traction, being honest and trustworthy, and in the public's eye, yes, she's going to make a fine, senator or representative, whatever, she is looking at. But then there's still those that are going to say, well, why did she sit on this for, best part of a year? Why was this not, made known, months and months ago? But that's kind of my, angle on it right now, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but so either way, I guess as we all know, yeah, it'll be a continuing and ongoing, thing. Now this notion that she has another recording,
yes,
that she is threatened with, well, there's going to be some dissenters there too that saying, well, that proper that she's holding back something that should be public knowledge. So it's, one could say, politics as usual, but then this is not quite so significant, although in some eyes it will be, given, I don't know, I'm just in case I can't be around that loneliest hour, Steve. Now, you reported last night that your significant other had a little cropping of the blonde hair.
Yes.
Now, Steve, think back on this a little bit now. If you recall, I reported on a dream that I had one night, and it involved yourself, guzzling wine, and the princess. Well, in that image, the princess, she was represented by a short-haired, bodacious type. Now, be honest here, Steve, have you been leaning on the princess to get that hair cropped back and was looking forward to the short-haired, blonde, bodacious young lady coming out of the beauty parlor the other day?
Hey.
Come on now.
I told her to get whatever she wants. And I mean, the fact that she got home and said she liked it, that was absolutely amazing. I can't tell you over the years how many times and who can identify with this? The woman goes to get their nails done. And they're asked, this color, that color, which one do you like? And I just say, and they get home, they just got them done. I don't like the color. It's like, are you kidding me? You just got it done.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she comes home. Well, that's automatic. They do some coloring and whatnot. I suppose there's grave roots there. I don't pay that close attention, or I don't want to point it out one way or the other.
Right.
That's where I'm going to leave you right now, Steve. So
that works.
Try to catch you later on.
Have a good morning. Thank you much, Scarecrow. Yeah, it's like every time I say, honey, I like the traditional red fingernails, but she wants to try some. I want to try something different. And literally, I mean, just getting home from the nail salon, she's ready to go back and get them redone. I don't like the color. You're stuck with it, baby. All right, heads up, truck drivers. We advised you about this a few weeks ago before this ban went into effect. If you're ignoring the I-20 construction zone truck ban in Louisiana, they are divvying out the tickets by the hundreds, more than 200 tickets and warnings over the last month. This is the ban on I-20 in Bossier City, Louisiana, that started on the evening of December 21st as the reconstruction of the interstate began. That ban was put in place after drivers ignored strong warnings about avoiding the construction zone due to several narrow bridges created by the construction that have proven difficult for commercial vehicles to navigate. Now, the month into the ban, state police say the truck drivers are still ignoring the ban. This measure was put into place to optimize traffic flow and prioritize the safety of all on the roadways. By restricting commercial vehicles from entering the construction zone, we aim to create a more efficient, secure environment, blah, blah, blah. According to the state troopers, not only have more than 200 warnings and tickets been issued to truck drivers, but the rigs that ignore the ban are being blamed for the traffic congestion in the area. Just this week, a semi traveling on I-20 crashed near the old Minden Road exit, forcing the closure of 20 westbound for hours. Another truck got stuck in the construction zone on 20, closing the entire roadway for hours. Another overturned on eastbound I-20 at Airline Drive, so more backups. Troopers would like to remind all motorists exercise utmost caution while driving through the area. It's essential. Eliminate the distractions and ensure strict adherence to the traffic laws and the road signage. If you will just do that, we can collectively contribute to a safer, smoother journey for all. But those construction zones, those are places that are ideal to make up some lost time for those that are maybe limited on their speed, if you know what I mean. Happens every day, but it shouldn't, but it does. We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get back to the calls here momentarily. One other tidbit in regards to the Kari Lake saga. Jeff said he didn't intend to bribe Lake, but I was just offering candid advice, as I mentioned, for her to sit out the Senate race and run again for governor in 28. Our relationship was based on friendship. The conversation that's now being scrutinized was an open, unguarded exchange between friends in the living room of her house, he said. I genuinely believed I was offering a helpful perspective to someone I considered a friend. Well, about an hour after that, the Lake campaign fired back saying, hey, the tape speaks for itself. No one from the Kari Lake campaign threatened to blackmail DeWitt. It's unfortunate that he didn't recognize how unethical his behavior was and still hasn't apologized to the Arizona Republicans. DeWitt's false claims are just par for the course. The Arizona GOP should be relieved that he has resigned. Now we can focus on getting ethical leadership and win big in 24. Now, interesting, they say Lake, Kari's a former television news anchor there. She was well known to the people. They say she has a penchant for weaponizing recordings of her conversations. She routinely wears a small microphone during her public appearances, while her husband, who is a former news photographer, records her interactions with supporters, critics, the press, anyone that she encounters. Sometimes she posts videos of confrontational encounters on social media. A Twitter account associated with Lake's campaign published a video of her attorney talking on a speakerphone with a lawyer from Maricopa County as Lake claimed the county had stolen the 2022 race for the Arizona governor from her. Of course, the courts have repeatedly rejected her claims of fraud. Yet, even as she delivered a campaign-style talking points for her audience, not in the room, DeWitt did not seem to catch on that he was being recorded. Now, this recording was, believe it or not, nearly a year old. We just found out this past day. This recording was actually taped in March of 23, but first published by the Daily Mail, leaked days before former President Trump is scheduled to appear for a fundraiser for the Arizona Republican Party, which is in need of cash, desperate need of cash, and it's the party's annual state committee meeting. Without naming her visitor, Lake has repeatedly described the meeting in her public appearances, using it to bolster her image as an outsider that's shaking up the corrupt establishment. But DeWitt went down swinging, blasting Lake's disturbing tendency to exploit private interactions for personal gain, which he said is kind of concerning given the amount of time that she spends with Trump. I question how effective a U.S. senator can be when they can't be trusted to engage in private and confidential conversations. You believe this guy? I mean, literally still trying to turn the tables that she's the bad guy in this. All right, DeWitt was, previously a state treasurer after succeeding Doug Ducey in 2015. Now, as I mentioned a bit ago, he was chief operating officer for Trump's 2016 and 2020 campaigns and was chief financial officer of NASA during the Trump presidency. Selected to serve as head of the Arizona Republican Party in 23 after firebrand Trump ally Kelly Ward, a former state senator, was best known for helping the former president in his efforts involving the 2020 election loss, and was a vocal proponent of the claim that election, the results were fraudulent. DeWitt was seen as trusted and experienced, a guy who would bridge the bitter divide between Trump loyalists and the old guard Republicans in Arizona, many of whom were brought into the party by the late Senator John McCain. He's the second state Republican chair to leave abruptly this month after Florida Republicans ousted Chairman Christian Ziegler as police continue to investigate a rape allegation against him. Interesting stuff, but see what's going on with Knucklebuster. Where do we find Knucklebuster this fine morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. We're doing great well over here in Arizona with Kerry Lake there. I just wanted to get some money down here to fix these damn potholey roads there, right? that would be a good thing to do there. I really ain't impressed with the union because we all know they're a brood of vipers there. Just a bunch of low-life snakes anyway, right? Well, I'll tell you, my brother's got COVID and he's got pneumonia both, so he's getting better, so that's a good thing. And they are definitely approving with those electrical vehicles. Forward, backwards is driver, returned on foot, and that's exactly what's going to happen to them there, right?
There you go.
Yeah. I read on Fox News that old Nancy Pelosi, she knocked over Trump's cognitive disorders, then confuses Biden with Trump. Who's the one got the cognitive disorders there, Steve? Way to go, Nancy. Get over in this other lane. Maybe I'll be quitting all that noise out. I found out that women are just like bacon, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they smell amazing, taste fantastic, and will slowly kill you.
There you go.
That's all my bull on it.
That's about the truth of it. All right.
That's all my bull on it for this morning. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Thomas.
Safe travels out there on those potholy roads. And if you see Carrie, you tell her we said hello, right? How does detention time affect your day-to-day operations? The American Transportation Research Institute would like to know. It is asking motor carriers and owner-operators to complete a survey on the ATRI website about the consequences of driver detention in the industry. Driver detention is everyone's problem, and it's not going away. According to NFI Industries Executive Vice President and Chief Risk Officer, and in an ATRI news release, while carriers have made efforts to address it in recent years, ATRI's comprehensive detention research will shed light on the impact and scale of driver detention on both truck and supply chains in general. The survey, they say, will allow drivers to share detailed experiences with detention time and how it relates to your operations. ATRI said the study will aim to provide new research to document the widespread negative consequences of driver detention for carriers, truck drivers, shippers, and the economy overall. Now, they say they will release separate detention time surveys for company drivers versus shippers and receivers later this year. Let's see. Participants will receive an advanced copy of the full report. Now, last December, the OOIDA Foundation sent a study to its members to provide government agencies with a better understanding of the impact of detention time. Their study said unpaid detention time not only is a financial burden, but also has a negative impact on safety. The survey results will allow the foundation to present solutions for fixing the problem. Previous foundation survey revealed that drivers lose upwards of $1,500 every week, not year, but week, in uncompensated detention time. Wow. Okay, let's get a news break, and it's 844-3388.
USA News Update. President Biden and former President Trump notched significant primary election victories in New Hampshire this week. For Biden, the victory came after a write-in campaign, the president making abortion a central issue in 2024.
We need the protections of Roe v. Wade in every state, and we can do it. It's within your power to do it.
During a rally in Manassas, Virginia, meanwhile, former President Trump won a second straight primary victory in convincing fashion. His win over Nikki Haley in New Hampshire, Biden's notching another big endorsement this week as well. The United Auto Workers Union announced Wednesday it is officially backing the sitting president.
If Donald Trump ever worked in an auto plant, he'd be a company man trying to squeeze the American worker.
UAW President Shawn Fain. Many union leaders did support Trump years ago during his 2016 campaign. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I left off there talking about detention time, ATRA, American Transportation Research Institute. Hey, we're going to start a new study. And we shared that the OOIDA Foundation has done a study. Right now, the FMCSA is in the midst of a study that looks at the prevalence of detention time. The FMCSA spoke about the study last year, 2023's Mid-America Truck Show. They plan to release the findings in 2025? How difficult? How many years have we talked about detention time? We do study. Let's do another study. Let's do a study. When are we going to do something about it? Every study, we know. Yeah, drivers losing upwards of $1,500 a week in uncompensated detention time. As part of the study, the FMCSA said, collecting data to determine the frequency and severity of detention time, assess existing intelligent transportation systems technology to measure detention time, and write a final report answering research questions, and then offer strategies to reduce detention time. And they're not releasing that till 2025. Good Lord. It's our hope that conducting these studies and publishing the reports will raise visibility to what I call micro-market failures, which have existed for a while, you don't say? That was the statement from Tom Keene, the FMCSA's Associate Administrator, last March at the Mid-America Truck Show. Who's in charge of things here? Why does it take so long to get to the bottom of a known, not that difficult to understand problem. Good golly. The anonymous hippopotamus, if you can say that.
I'm glad you can, because I sure couldn't when I was trying to leave it on your thing there. I know that. But, because I can't say hippopotamus. But anyways, thank you, Maverick. Anyways, I think Big Ed ought to put a little spiel in there for at ATRI there for that detention time thing and where he was at with his load from hell and all that from PepsiCo. But, looking at the pictures of that, they got some pretty crappy forklift operators at PepsiCo there if they couldn't get those pallets off without tipping them over, because there's no reason that if their forklift or whatever device they have to go in there to pick it up has any way to tilt the pallet back, that they shouldn't have been able just to go in and just not even hardly pick it up off the floor and tilt it back into the rack, and they had to put a strap around it or something. But there is absolutely no reason that a halfway qualified operator shouldn't have been able to unload those 4 skids off of Big Ed's trailer. There shouldn't have been any big to do about it.
Really?
But as far as I saw from the picture that Ed had there, now I don't know what the 2 were that were in front of it, if they'd completely fallen over or where they were at, but there definitely was there was definitely a failure in the ability to load the trailer to begin with, to make sure that it didn't have the opportunity to shift. And there's a lot of ways you could have done it, whether you stood skids up on their end and put them in between just to fill the space or whatever you had to do. But there was a very much neglect in how the trailer was loaded to begin with. But so anyways, but I hope Big Ed got paid right from the time he got there, his appointment time, all the way until he left, because that's what he deserved if he did the job and he was there for his appointment time, which it sounded like he was there early because they weren't going to pay him for being there early.
Right.
So anyways, I did get a thing there. Shorty sent me something there about Nikki Haley there, and it was an interview that Tucker Carlson had there with Rand Paul. Did you catch? Did he send that on to you, or did you happen to catch that interview?
He sent me several things here.
And that was the one where Rand Paul got this Never Nikki site set up.
Yeah.
But it looks like how she's still the old Republican establishment, the Bush, Cheney, McCain era type thing. Probably Lindsey Graham could get thrown in there. And wants the war to Ukraine to continue on because, the people that make the munitions are profiting. So if we don't have the war in Ukraine, then they won't be able to make munitions, so they won't be able to make a profit. Now, wait a minute. Aren't we supposed to be protecting the people? We're putting our corporations' money in front of protecting people. Huh. Okay, well, we see where Nikki Haley falls in this. Right in that reason there is reason enough to not want her to be our president. But anyways, so yeah, check that out there. Tucker Carlson there had that interview, and it was with Rand Paul, and apparently he started a site called Never Nikki. So it might be a thing to look into. See if you can find out what that Never Nikki thing is. I didn't get a chance to look at it there. I only had one eye open at the time, and the phone wasn't working very well. But what else we got going for you here? The wheel coming off the plane.
Yeah, right.
That doesn't bother me as much as some of the other stuff that's going on, because it doesn't get reported. And like what Scarecrow was saying, there's events that happen every day of the week with aircraft and rail and trucks and all kinds of other stuff that you just, it's a daily happening. It's things that probably shouldn't happen that do, but there's things out here that happen, and some of it's out of people's control. And the amount of times that tires on aircraft come apart, whether this tire tread separation or whether it's a complete blowout, but Do you know how many times a tire is good for like a takeoff and landing? I think it's less than a dozen. I think they figure, I think they have to change the tires there. Maybe somebody can give an exact number, but it's not very many. Because you figure that plane's coming in at what, a couple hundred miles an hour when it's going to touch down on the ground, and the wheels don't start spinning until they hit the ground, Your Honor, which means a big old flat spot on them. So you figure the amount of weight that they are and the amount of weight those tires are to even get turning. When they hit the ground at, a couple hundred miles an hour, there's a lot of drag, and they burn tires up. They burn tires up just astronomically. And the thing that they do, you got two tires usually there at each position.
Correct.
And they go to the theory that I have is that if you have one tire with a failure, you have a perfectly good spare right next to it. And that's always kind of been my theory with the trucks. You get a blowout with the dual wheels. Well, you got one flat one, but hell, you got a perfectly good spare right next to it there. So you can, you're not going to drop down to your rims or, have a catastrophic crash or something like that because of one tire failure. So having that one wheel come off during taxi, as long as it was seen before, that the plane didn't go up in the air and then have to try to land on one wheel, that doesn't quite bother me as much as some of the other stuff that was going on with these planes. But my question is back to the door plug. Now, the report that I heard was that they didn't have to have a emergency door or a doorway that would open in that area because of the number of seats on the plane. So that makes it sound like if they had more seats on the plane, then they would need that to be an opening. But out of all the aircraft I've been on, which is normally a regular 737, I can't say. I know I've been on a couple of the Maxes, but I know I've never been on the Max 9. Do you know of any place else that they could put another seat in that aircraft, Your Honor, when you get in? When you get on a plane like that, do you know of another, other than in the middle of the aisle, or maybe up there where the flight crew is up there, maybe you could put one more seat there, or maybe they could put a fold-down seat in the doorway where you get on it. How can they say that doorway? Why wouldn't they have had a door there, Your Honor?
They say it's the configuration of the seating. I guess it depends on where they put the lavatories and all. I mean, the configuration, and there's a lot of planes, they say, that the configuration doesn't need that door.
Well, apparently, from what we saw with all the people's videos that they put on the news there wasn't any problem of having, access to that area because, the kid that was sitting next to it lost his shirts, got sucked out that hole. So I'm just thinking that, they say they have to have the plane emptied in a certain amount of time from, when it crashes or, gets on the ground. They have, you think you'd want as many holes in the side of the plane as you could to get as many people out in as many different places, because you can't always get out where, if something's going on, you can't always get out where they have the holes at. So I was just thinking you should have as many holes in the plane as possible to get out if possible. But anyways, I don't know, just a truck driver's theory. But I don't know. There was something else I saw on the news I was going to say something about. I can't remember now. But I caught a little bit of the rubber ducks line there. I was in and out of the truck there trying to get my paperwork, buttoned up and my pictures taken of my paperwork and putting stuff in a mailbox and closing a gate and everything. So anyways, I didn't get to catch the whole rubber duck thing, but I take it now. I hear he's got his good camera in there and he's on the electronic log, so it records all his speeds and he's having issues like I am with people driving around you. And it's kind of a major thing. And he's right. I hate to say it, but it goes back to law enforcement, I think, as well as the people not learning how to drive from the people that don't know how to drive that are teaching them to not know how to drive. But that's a whole nother story in its own. But law enforcement, just turns a blind eye to what seems to go on the highway until there's something major that they have to do, whether it's a high-speed chase or or something that's caused a disaster on the highway that they have to work at cleaning up or something. But it just seems like we get the couple times a year where they have the watch for we're going to watch how people drive and around vehicles and other vehicles, and sometimes it's the commercial vehicles and sometimes it's all vehicles around vehicles. But it's revenue generation, Your Honor. How come these law enforcement aren't out here every day of the week pulling people over left and right, just writing tickets? I mean, they should run out of ticket books for the amount of violations I see out here every day. They should be running out of paper in the ticket books and just think of all the money they'd be bringing into to their local communities. I don't know. I guess it's just too much paperwork for them, and I can't blame them. That's one of the reasons I never wanted to be a cop, is I never wanted to do the paperwork.
Yeah,
I guess
too many other things to focus on, maybe. The crime in the streets. I ain't got time to be doing traffic stops because you're trying to prevent the next murder, the rape, the robbery. What?
I don't know. The state troopers out here on the interstate highways, it seems like that's what they'd be out here doing, is the traffic enforcement. But anyway, I guess with that, we'll see what else we can come up with there. Maybe we'll give you a chit-chat back later. I don't know where. We've had some misty rain off and on. I don't know. It looks like it's just going to kind of be a dreary night. I even saw the moon a little bit there a while ago, so I don't know if that's going to come back or not. But I guess we'll be looking forward to see what we get for these rain showers passing through the next day or two. And other than that, we're just cruising along doing our thing. So we'll be out here listening, and you can go out and do some due diligence at this point.
All right. Well, safe travels. Safe travels. Thanks for checking in. All right. One guy that he's avoided even mentioning the name Donald Trump for 3 years. Senator Mitch McConnell, this past day, referred to Donald Trump as the nominee. A monumental admission from the Trump antagonist, who's pretty much refused to even utter his name, like I said, for over 3 years. McConnell made his comments to his Senate Republican colleagues during a meeting this past day where he lamented the changing dynamics of efforts to put together a border package with foreign aid. The report says McConnell referred to Trump as the nominee and noted the former president wants to run his 24 campaign centered on immigration. And McConnell said, "We don't want to do anything to undermine him. We are in a quandary," he says. Now, this after, of course, Trump beat Nikki by double digits in New Hampshire, despite CNN reporting that 70% of Haley's supporters were not registered Republicans. That is a big key. Yeah, the lax New Hampshire laws allow party crossovers to vote for whoever they want. Now, that's not going to exist in future states. Now, you look over, it's right about 70% of the votes for Nikki in New Hampshire, again, were not registered Republicans. The poll revealed only 27% of those who voted for Nikki were Republican. Another 3% were not registered with any party before the primary on Tuesday. 7 in 10 of her votes were undeclared. In contrast, 70% of Trump's New Hampshire supporters were registered Republicans, about 27% undeclared. According to the New Hampshire Secretary of State, undeclared voters are allowed to vote in primary presidential elections, but they must choose either Democrat or Republican when showing up to submit their ballot. Before leaving the polling place, they may fill out a card or sign a list to return to undeclared status with the supervisors of the checklist. Now, ABC News reported applauding those undeclared voters for showing up to vote for Nikki. noting that South Carolina and the 11 Super Tuesday states also hold open primaries. These independent, these undeclared voters waiting in line, feeling like they needed to do this, that they needed to participate. So a lot of folks we talked to while they were waiting in line to go into these polling places told us that here in New Hampshire, they take this job seriously. Now in South Carolina, they say anyone can vote in that primary as long as they haven't voted in the Democrat primary. So Nikki's really hoping to pull those independent, those moderate voters, those people who just don't want to vote for Trump again. And then she's looking at Super Tuesday. 11 of those Super Tuesday states are also open primaries or semi-open primaries. And she's hoping for the same game plan. Now, with New Hampshire, I think, let me first step back. Remember, right after the Iowa caucuses, recalling, it was, 0 degrees, wind chills 10, 15 below. And many of the pundits, after Trump's decisive victory there, the following day were saying, well, look at the voter turnout. Nobody really showed up. Only 15% of those registered in Iowa even voted that day. Trying to downplay it like, had the weather been different, the outcome would have been a different story. Well, I digress. Look at the New Hampshire primary. Cannot say anything about a low turnout. Donald Trump received the record for the most votes ever received in New Hampshire's presidential primary. The previous record was held actually by Bernie Sanders when he got 152,000 votes in the 2016 race for the Democrat nomination. Sanders lost that nomination to Hillary, who lost the 2016 race to Trump. The numbers from the New York Times this past morning, 163,713 votes were cast for Trump in New Hampshire on Tuesday. Now, before Trump's victory, the top vote getters, as I mentioned, were Bernie Sanders, followed by John McCain back in the year 2000, Hillary in 2008, Trump in 2016, and Mitt Romney in 2012. But more votes than in any presidential Republican primary dating back to Dwight Eisenhower in 1952, folks. Can't say anything about low voter turnout, can you?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
break just ahead here, after which we will get back to your calls. Brother Ambler will explain. Apparently, hey, he had another one of those nights from you-know-where. Hades, as he would put it. Another night from Hades the other night. Eagle will join us here. Red checks in. Talking about election fraud. And it looks like we'll get to Philip, 5-7 on board. Meanwhile, real quick, as we have about a minute before the top of the hour break here, Nikki Haley, right? Obviously coming in way behind Trump, very disappointed. Yeah, more pundits now predicting she's going to drop out of the race. But based on her tone this past day, she has no plans whatsoever. You've all heard the chatter coming across the political class, she says. They're falling all over themselves, saying this race is over. Well, I have news for all of them. New Hampshire is first in the nation. It is not last in the nation. So she's planning to press ahead. I did see, I guess she still has some money left because they just announced she dropped a $4 million buy on commercials in South Carolina. I guess as long as she's got money to burn, she's going to keep burning through it, right?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump celebrating primary election victories in New Hampshire today. Biden winning in a write-in campaign on the Democratic side, Trump topping rival Nikki Haley in the Republican primary. Biden on Wednesday as well, notching a significant political endorsement. The United Auto Workers Union announced it is officially backing Biden.
If Donald Trump ever worked in an auto plant, he'd be a company man trying to squeeze the American worker.
UAW President Shawn Fain in Wednesday's announcement, labor union bosses did show support for Trump back in his run in 2016. More recently, Fain credits Biden for becoming the first sitting president to join the picket line as UAW members walked out on the big three automakers, earning themselves big pay raises last November. Just as election year politics are heating up, The Daily Show will welcome back longtime legend and host Jon Stewart. He's set to return and host the Comedy Central show on Monday nights beginning February 12th, while the show finds a permanent host for Trevor Noah, who left in December 2022. British billionaire Joe Lewis is pleading guilty to charges of insider trading in the U.S. He was accused of giving inside info on companies he invested in to friends, personal assistants, and romantic partners. Controversy over the Barbie movie is brewing at the Oscars.
The Oscar nominations came out yesterday, and while Barbie was nominated for Best Picture, among others, Ryan Gosling and America Ferrera picked up supporting nods. Lead actress Margot Robbie and director Greta Gerwig were snubbed. That did not sit well with Gosling, being that he said there's no Ken without Barbie.
USA's Corey Myers. No response to the complaints from the Academy. This
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The heavy fighting continues between Israel and Hamas in the Middle East. Israeli forces suffering their worst losses in a while this week when Hamas militants killed 21 IDF troops in Gaza on Monday. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby discussed the Biden administration's vision of a post-war Gaza.
We don't want to see Hamas in charge of Gaza anymore. We certainly agree with our Israeli counterparts that whatever the future of post-conflict Gaza looks like, it can't include Hamas leaders.
Former President Donald Trump or current President Joe Biden may still have a path back into the Oval Office no matter how the election shakes out in November. If either side successfully delays certification of election results in Congress 1 year from now, those election results might be sent down to the nation's state legislatures and state assemblies to decide. Republicans control the majority of state legislative seats in America, but democratically controlled and influenced states may yet have a high enough number of electoral votes still to hand Biden a victory at the end of the day. Such a process would be brand new territory for the country in modern time, but is provided for by the U.S. Constitution. The LA Times is announcing a large wave of layoffs. The paper says it plans to cut roughly a quarter of its staff. Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, who owns California's largest daily paper, says it is losing between $30 and $40 million every year. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back. Another hour, another time zone. Welcome into a Thursday. Yeah, we get back at it. We get back to us. Well, some days are better than others, as they always say. And Brother Rambler had one of those not so great, huh? What's going on, Brother Rambler?
Oh, well, first of all, praise God, Brother Steve, and hello, God's children out there in our listening audience, all over our affiliates, all over the United States and Australia, where Sylvester is. Glad to be on with you tonight. Steve, thank you for still doing what you're doing, broadcasting to us live from the secret bunker out there in western Ohio, I think it is, or western Kentucky, outside of Cincinnati, where you can get your Skyline chili and your White Castle burgers. So I'm just glad you're still doing it, man. Before I go further with my story, I want to make this announcement first. I'm going to make it known on this show, and I will get further details into Determined Ministries Church, which you can catch us on Facebook at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. The Lord has really been moving on my heart with this, Steve, so much so that I'm going to go ahead and announce it. This summer, Determined Ministries Church this summer will be holding a baptismal service. We're going to do it the old school way, Steve. I'm going to be calling a couple of places that are safe, no alligators, nothing like that, no snakes, and we're going to have us an old. Yeah, hey man, that's pretty serious,
It is, sure you got to be careful out there.
Safe. Exactly. So I'm going to be calling a couple of places in the Mobile, Mississippi area that are safe like that. We're going to do it the old school way, old-fashioned baptismal service. So if you've never been baptized, or you want to be baptized, or you want to be re-baptized, I'll give you the date and details as we're going to come up. Like I said, the Lord's really moved on my heart with this, so we're going to do it. We're going to have it, and your heart's got to be in the right place, because I'm going to tell you right now, Acts 2:28 says repent and be baptized. So you got to repent first. So if you come to this baptismal service and you go down a wet center and your heart ain't changed, you're going to go down a dry center and come up a wet center. You got to get saved first. And the only way you do that is cry out to the Lord Jesus Christ. 1 John 1:9, Steve, says, if we confess our sins to him, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and cleanse us of all unrighteousness. So praise God for that. Now to my night of heck. Oh, my Lord. I was listening to you Monday night, Tuesday morning, reading Ed's email, and he had a pretty rough night, old Big Ed, Mr. Two-Step Through the Tulips, Big Ed,
Mm-hmm.
And, I got through listening to that, got to one of my stores, and, the Sandman, I had to give him an hour of my time, I ain't like some of these other, truck drivers, go buy the crystal meth, or go buy the other kind of drugs you're going to use to stay awake. Now, if I get sleepy, the Sandman starts hitting his watch, I'm just going to give him an hour of my time. So after I gave the Sandman an hour of my time, delivered to one of my stores, I don't know what the deer are doing up there in Ohio, but down here in that South Alabama, they're in a full rut. So I'm going up Highway 29, Steve, and I'm going along, and I'm listening to the Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, and we're just having a good old time, and I'm listening to you talk, and, normally we got deer on the shoulder of the road, but these three deer hopped a red bar-gated fence three of them, 3 does, and I knew right then they're being chased by the way they're acting. Well, I slowed down. 2 ran out in front of me, but the third one, she must have been watching Fast and the Furious, because she went underneath the trailer, and when she did, she didn't make it. But before she lost her life, that thing took out 2 airlines from my brake chamber, from my brake booster. And Steve, I didn't know air can leak down that fast. Steve, look here, I'm on a 2-lane road. It's pouring rain. It was raining that night, raining right here, right now, too. And, man, look here, I couldn't even get on the shoulder fast enough, and I couldn't. I was halfway on the shoulder, halfway on the road, taking up 1 lane of the traffic. And it pouring down rain, and I'm in a curve. Now, first off, I had to, sit there and calm down. I hated to have to turn you off, Steve, but I couldn't listen to you no more at that point. Not that I have anything against you.
Right. I got you.
You're an all right guy. I'm out here panicking. Well, not really panicking, but like, okay, I'm in a danger zone. I hope someone ain't going to come and smack the rear end of this trailer and end up killing somebody. So, nicely and politely, I had to stop the show. I'm sorry, Steve. I'll go back and catch the replay, this weekend. But anyway, like I was saying now, got out, grabbed the triangles, and, got them out as quickly as I could and got the triangles out, 4 ways on. Had them in a pattern to where, when you see me, you come around the curve, you're going to see them triangles hopefully go up in the other lane. But like I said, we're on a 2-lane road, so I'm on pins and needles the whole entire time. Then I called the Popo, asked for assistance. I forget what county East Bruton is in. I was north of East Bruton. Called the Popo, and they never even showed up. They did call me back and say all our deputies are busy and assisting with other calls and this, that, and the other. They're probably sitting there saying, look, I don't want to sit out there behind that truck for 4 hours. I've got better things to do. And that could have been it, but it could have not been. But, man, I tell you what, for 4 hours I sat there, 4 hours before Fleet Pride come out and experienced mechanic, which I was shocked that even happened in this day and age. They sent an experienced mechanic and got me up and moving. But, man, I tell you what, I thank the good Lord because, as soon as I got the triangles put out and as soon as I called the Popo, called the roadside breakdown, I bowed my head and prayed, said, Father God, in the name of Jesus, please, Lord, put angels around about this truck. Do not let no one slam into the back of me or slam into either one of me. It's raining. It's wet. I said, and people just don't pay attention no more, Father. So, make a long story short, Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, this old boy didn't work because I got back. It was almost 1 o'clock. Matter of fact, it was 5 minutes till 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Central Time, when I got back. And my bosses looked at me. They like, well, Brother Perry, you ain't got to worry. You're not working tonight. I said, thank God, because I was going to ask to be off anyways. I don't feel like coming in and working. I'm tired, And, I'm like, man, I'm kind of hungry here. So I went and satisfied that Whataburger craving I was having. And by the way, Steve, I don't know if you have Whataburger up there or not. If you don't, you need to write Whataburger headquarters, email them and say, we need a Whataburger up here in or around the Cincinnati area, because they got these boneless chicken bites that one of the sauces you can get is the honey butter sauce they put on the chicken biscuits, and it is phenomenal to just eat boneless chicken bites with that kind of sauce. But anyways, the Lord protected me, sent a good man out, got me up and rolling. We got back extremely late. So we didn't work Tuesday night. Mm-hmm. And Rover Duck, I know exactly what you're talking about. Heatwave and I both, Heatwave drives for Estes. I drive for O'Reilly Auto Parts, and we both have the artificial intelligence called Samsara in our truck. And even if I go 5 miles over the speed limit, that lady starts speaking from that microphone that also operates the camera, telling me to slow down. So it is a pain in the neck, it's a pain in the butt. So, and I'm like you, brother. I'm out here, where I could do, 62, 65 miles an hour. I only could do 58 miles an hour. No hard braking, no nothing like that. So it is so different, and I blame lawyers, insurance companies, everything for making it different for us out here, So, and also stupid truck drivers and stupid four-wheeler drivers. Go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry.
I'm just listening. I didn't say a thing.
Okay.
You're on board.
Okay. I thought you were going to chime in with us, but once again, man, I tell you what, thank you for everything you're doing for us, Steve, and I can't thank you enough for allowing me to come on here and tell people about my best friend, the greatest person I know, my friend, my brother, my Lord Jesus Christ, because if it wasn't for him, I would have been killed a long time ago, and it's obvious by half the trailer on the road, half on the shoulder, and no one hit me. He still has purpose for me. Thank God, no one hit me and no one lost their life. And, I pray for the safety of others out here too. And I pray for everyone out here. And like I said, I got to say this before I get off here also. Because my wife, listen to this. This is totally off the subject. My wife, Steve, cooked fried cabbage and Conecuh sausage. You go to the website, know what I'm talking about, Conecuh sausage. And, of course, Steve, after eating all that and it was so good, had me full of gas. But, we make remedies for that. There's certain orifices of your body you can relieve the gas, but you could also go to the store and buy you something to relieve the gas. Well, I've been hearing about, Hot Shot and their secret, but we hadn't made mention of Sta-Bil, because, Steve, like I was full of gas from eating Conecuh sausage and cabbage, which was phenomenally great. Your equipment, like your tiller, like your lawnmower, your riding mower, your generator is full of gas, and how's it being treated? Steve, it's not being treated because you ain't got the proper stuff to put into it. And Sta-Bil treats your gas. Do you know, Steve, that Sta-Bil treats your gas up to 2 years?
Sure does.
You can keep the same, you can keep the same gas in your tiller, and if you don't plant the garden within 2 years, you can drag that tiller up, clean the spark plug out, hit the choke, fire it up, it'll fire up, run just like you put fresh gas in it. That's how good Sta-Bil works. And I want to encourage you because I use it. Steve, I know you use it, and I know other people use it too. So give it a shot. Try Sta-Bil. Gold Eagle Brands is where you can go to the website. And as I tell people before I say what I'm going to say, if you ever watch the Determined Ministries Church live on Facebook, at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, after we get done, and before I say what I'm going to say, I say, go catch my friend Steve Summers at the 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. And if you're the first-time caller calling into Hot Shot, I'm calling into Steve Summers, and you're a first-time caller, you get a $60 voucher from Hot Shot Secret that you can spend on their website, hotshotsecret.com. And even if you, and I don't say this part, but I'm going to say this now, and even if you are interested in the Steve Summers Show, he has a website. What's the name of your website, Steve, that you sell all our knickknacks and stuff, your shirts, your koozies?
OvernightDriveRadio.com.
OvernightDriveRadio.com. Look, it's Valentine's Day coming up, fellas and ladies. It's Valentine's Day coming up. What more can you do for your wife, girlfriend, partner, then you can go to overnightdrive.com. Excuse me, what was the website again for you, Steve?
OvernightDriveRadio.com.
There, got to add the radio. Then to get yourself or your girlfriend, or your wife, whatever, get them both if you got them both, then a Steve Summers shirt that she can wear. Get it in the 5XL. That way she can wear it as a nightgown. there you go. There you go. Anyway, Steve, and like I say after every service, I say this now. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, tune in this Sunday, 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, Facebook Live, Determined Ministries Church, give you more details on what God's moved on my heart to do We're going to have a baptismal service. And like I said, you're more than welcome to come on down here, and we'll make sure that you be a dry sinner. You'll come up a wet Christian. Praise God. All right, Steve, we'll talk to you later. Thank you, folks. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Have a great morning, and some days are better than others. That's a good example right there. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Wheelchair Dave. Dave hadn't called in a while, but I know he's out there listening. You've been sending some racing news my way. And I found this one was quite interesting. When it comes to the racing world, you would think, obviously, when you make it to the top level, a.k.a. NASCAR, those would have to be some of the best paid in the racing world, right? Not necessarily the case. Much has been said about Kyle Larson and his continued stance that he will retire from NASCAR at some point over the next decade before he turns 40. But it's not entirely accurate that he needs his day job to fund his preferred hobbies. Larson will make up to 15 late model and 25 sprint car starts alongside his NASCAR schedule and an Indianapolis 500 bid. During his appearance on the Kenny Wallace Show, Larson and the veteran NASCAR dirt track racer had a conversation about how drivers' salaries have evolved over the past decade. Specifically with NASCAR returning to something closer to a niche status alongside the emerging popularity of dirt sprint cars and late model racing. Larson said there are racers in both dirt categories, both of them, who are making more money than most drivers on the Cup Series grid. Now, I don't know everybody's deal, he said, but you still have your top-tier drivers that are still not making anywhere near what the likes of Jimmy Johnson or Jeff Gordon or anybody like that did. Cup Series drivers were making massive amounts of money when the sport was much more mainstream. Over the first 10, 15 years of this century, along races that aired on Fox, NBC, ESPN, that actually rivaled NFL viewership at the time. We know that's all changed. Since then, drivers' salaries have continued downwards, with Johnson himself offering in 2021 that those figures have been literally cut in half. I'd say through earnings and potential for a team, it's been down 50% for a driver contract from 2015 to where it is now. It's probably half even for the top drivers. At the same time, some of the marquee dirt sanctioning bodies have never enjoyed the accessibility they have now, with every major event airing on a digital streaming platform like Dirt Vision or Flow Racing. Now, this isn't to say that dirt racing is more viable than NASCAR, because it's not, but its visibility has increased while NASCAR has decreased. Larson, with his 2021 Cup Series championship and 17 victories over the past 3 years, no doubt one of the top 5 earning drivers in the sport. Now, with dirt racing, Larson commands a huge following, and he gets to keep the entirety of his merchandise sales versus NASCAR, where the team and the sanctioning body gets a cut. Both sprint cars and late models have raced for $1 million to win at Eldora Speedway over the past 2 years. Most driver deals in dirt call for half the earnings and the entirety of their merchandise sales and personal endorsement deals. Again, that goes to the driver. Super late model star Jonathan Davenport earned over $2 million in 21. And that was just purse money. Then you add in the merchandise, sponsorship, personal endorsement revenue to get to his true take-home wage. So keep that in mind when Larson says the top sprint car and late model drivers are earning more than most NASCAR drivers. Now, he did say, I'm making a good living. I'm totally happy with my contract and all that, but it's still not anywhere near the level, not even probably half of what Jimmy was getting back in his heyday. I know I'm making way more than a good majority of the field. I don't really know what to think, but I think a lot of guys are just happy to say they're a Cup Series driver and they don't care. They just want to be there racing on Sundays. Well, that just hurts the whole overall driver side of it, trying to have leverage for some of these drivers to make more money. I bet you the top 4 drivers in the World of Outlaw Sprint Cup Car Series are making more money than a third or even half of the Cup Series guys. Probably half the Cup Series guys. That's pretty crazy to think about. But everybody chooses their own route. Yeah, well, the purses for some of these dirt late model races, yes, have been growing and growing, and who would have thought? Back in the days when I was following really close the dirt late model racing, I mean, a $10,000 purse was a big purse. I mean, now they're racing for $1 million in some cases. Get a news break and more after this. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A Russian military transport plane that was carrying 74 people, including 65 Ukrainian prisoners of war, crashed today in a border region near Ukraine. There were no survivors. Marijuana sales in Michigan were high last year, over $3 billion, which is higher than the alcohol sales in the state. Western China reeling from aftershocks after a 7.1 magnitude earthquake yesterday in a remote part of the country. 3 people were killed, 5 injured, hundreds of buildings damaged. Former President Donald Trump won New Hampshire's Republican presidential primary yesterday, defeating former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and moving him closer to a rematch with President Biden this fall. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. All settled in on a Thursday morning. Hope your week's going well. And right back to the calls here. Morning, Eagle. How we doing?
Yeah, how you doing?
What's happening out there? Good to have you on board. Yeah, go ahead, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready now. Yeah, I had to change telephones. Okay. Yeah, Steve. I got a couple of things I want to talk about. Kind of in a bad mood tonight, Steve. I looked at this video today, earlier tonight, of this guy who came to America. This guy who just came across, and he had the nerve. The guy that on the video that people were talking about, he has the nerve to say that. And then, let me say this. He said that people are going to find out who the hell he is.
Right.
And he got a big surprise for the United States. You can see this video now, Steve. It's on TikTok videos. It's on the internet. And then it turns out that this guy is just not anybody, Steve. I don't know if you heard the story about this guy. This guy here, I don't know. I forgot how to say the name of the country that he comes from. But they say he was in jail for 12 years, that he was a very, very dangerous person, international guy. He been in jail. He just got out of jail for being terrorist. Like I said, I can't remember what country, but it's one of those Arab countries. But they said this man here is very dangerous. And guess where that guy is tonight, Steve? He's in the United States somewhere. Walking around. And guess what? Joe Biden's gonna do about it? You already know that. So it's really sad. You know, like I told you, Steve, we got some dangerous people walking around the United States right now, and they shouldn't be here. It's really sad. So if something go down, if something happened in America, I hope they play that video that's going around right now. This guy, he gave the United States a warning. We'll see if they listen, because this guy got big plans for the United States, as he likes to say. I like to get my hands on that guy. I tell you what, I can't say what I do to him on the radio if I ran across that guy, but I'll leave it at that. You can imagine what I do to that old boy, talking like that. But yeah, Steve. The situation with getting back to Nikki Haley. Okay, so it's obvious, you know, she's already said what she had to say, that she's not going to drop out of the race. She's going to continue on until South Carolina in 4 weeks, as she likes to say. But we'll see. We'll see if she continues on. Maybe the people will talk. You know, she'll finally wake up and listen. You know, when her sponsors, which is the Democrats, run out of money to give her. But like I say, she's just a roadblock right now, Steve. But from what Donald Trump is saying, he gave a hint last night. I don't know if you heard what he said about Nikki Haley, Steve. He said that they got some information on Nikki Haley. She's not Miss Goody Two Shoes like a lot of people think. I believe that Donald Trump was trying to tell her that she that they could be dropping some information about her that she don't want people to know about. So we'll see what goes with that. But one thing I will say, Steve, let me say this right quick about this black guy, the one that was in the race. What's up, guys? What's this guy? Tim Scott. I hope that he is not the man for Donald Trump to be vice president. Donald Trump say he know who the man is that might be his vice president. I hope it's not Tim Scott. This guy here, I don't trust this guy. This guy, Tim Scott, something not right about this guy. Donald Trump can find somebody else more qualified to do the job as vice president. I think you need to look at some more people, look at some more names of people, because there's something not right about this guy. We'll you know, because he was associated with Nikki Haley. He claimed that he's no longer with her, but I don't know. Nikki Haley is the one who gave him the job in South Carolina. So we'll see how loyal he is in the upcoming weeks. But I hope he doesn't get the vice president's job. Now, one more thing right quick, Steve, about the situation in Texas with the immigrants and Greg Abbott. You know something, Steve, Greg Abbott is doing the right thing. He's doubling down. He's saying that he's not taking a damn thing. And just like we figured, Steve, Joe Biden is nothing but a bunch of hot air. He said that Joe Biden said that these people said that they were supposed to take up the barbed wire fences and get rid of it. And Greg Abbott hasn't done a damn thing, and that happened last week. And Joe Biden hasn't done absolutely nothing in those 3 or 4 days. So, and he won't do nothing. It's just a bunch of hot air. So if I was Greg Abbott, I'd leave everything down. I would take nothing out until somebody come down there and make me take it out. So Greg Abbott is doing the right thing, Steve. He's protecting the state of Texas, which he was governed to do. He hasn't received any help. This is the sad part about the deal, Steve. You know, let me say something, because this press secretary woman, she is a complete insult, Steve. I told you, I can't even look at the television. When that lady come on TV, I'm ready to pick up a brick and a block and throw it through to bust the damn TV wide open. Because this lady here tells nothing but lies, Steve. She continues to say that that the Republicans are not working with the Democrats, that they're holding up the show, that they won't give these people the money so they can do the right thing to close the border down. The Republicans, they took over a broken border. Steve, can you believe they had the nerve to say that? That she said that they took over a broken border when they took over. Donald Trump left the border wide open, just like Biden. It's not Biden's fault. The border was wide open when Trump was in the White House, and that's a damn lie. But she continues to come on TV and say that it's the Republicans' fault that the border is wide open right now. And if anybody's dumb enough to believe that, then you're probably dumber than her. If you think that Donald Trump and the Republicans are responsible for the border being open and 20 million people being in illegally, you're about as dumb as she is. So hopefully people don't fall for that trick. Everybody in their right mind know who's responsible for that border being wide open, and his name is Joe Biden. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, I did indeed see the video he was speaking of yesterday morning. I've seen it's kind of gone viral on some social media platforms. I don't know, is any news coverage actually touched on it on the mainstream? He's been identified. Pappy sent me a bunch of the photos. That's the guy he's talking about. Movsum Samadov, chairman of the Azerbaijan Islamic Party. A known terrorist, convicted back in, October of 2011. Nature of the charges: arms trafficking, illicit use of weapons, criminal premeditation, and conspiracy, terrorism, treason, and sedition, unlawful disobedience. Guess he got a 12-year sentence. He was released January of last year. I have no idea where was he in prison at. But he's the guy that's in the video, apparently. He crossed the Texas border illegally. And he's the one on the video saying something, what was it? You're too dumb to know who I am? You will know who I am. You're going to find out who I am. He's a terrorist. Now, obviously, I would think the authorities are hot on the trail trying to find this guy. I don't think he waltzed across our southern border with any plans of maybe finding a job picking crops in the field. Do you? Now, this is just one of many examples. The word came down on Monday, as a matter of fact. This is totally separate, dude. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arresting a Colombian national, a convicted murderer in New Jersey. Entered the country at an unknown date and time at an unknown area of our wide-open southern border. Fox News reported the subject was counted as a gotaway, meaning he was detected when he crossed into the U.S. but not apprehended by Border Patrol agents. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement announced in a news release the man was ultimately arrested 2 days after Christmas in Newark, New Jersey. This is a guy who had been convicted of murder in his native country, but never returned to prison after an authorized temporary release. Enforcement and removal operations. Newark arrested the Colombian fugitive December 27 of last year, wanted by officials in his home country to complete his murder sentence. Now, he was sentenced to a 22 years in prison back in 2011, failed to return from what was a 3-day furlough in 2018. They did not release his identity, held in ICE custody until he can be deported back to Colombia. ICE was also alerted by Colombian authorities that the man would be returned to prison to complete a sentence that was 22 years, 4 months, and 15 days for the murder. The illegal murderer became known to federal agents after he was recently arrested for assault and making terroristic threats. Then apparently released from custody by police in New Jersey after his arrest. ERO Newark went after him in what the agency called a targeted enforcement action. Newark ERO field office director called the man a threat to public safety and also thanked the agents who detained him in a statement. This is clearly a case of an individual with a very dangerous criminal history posing a threat to the community. Beyond the committed efforts of our officers, I'd like to thank U.S. Customs and Border Protection of the New York Newark Office of Field Operation for their assistance that helped lead to his arrest. Yeah, they're coming in, they're packing and stacking all over the country, just waiting for the time. When will they strike? I suppose we wonder. Red, I believe. Good morning. Hi there.
Hey, hi, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah. Then they called Trump a racist when he said they were emptying out their gels on us.
Yeah, he said so. When he say something about there's some bad hombres coming across the border. He took 7 kinds of hell for that. But he's right. It's the fact. It's the truth.
Yeah, time after time we're hearing these stories, Hey, when I called about, Ranger touched on the voting machines being hacked last night.
Yeah, the case,
and,
the case in Georgia, which, why it took so long for it to actually be divulged publicly. But yeah, this guy actually gets right there before the judge in the courtroom and shows her how that you can hack into the daggone machine and actually have the ability to change votes, change settings, implant malware. Yep.
Well, there's a book that just came out. It's called Invisible Treason in America. It's on Amazon. But these retired generals and CIA people wrote it. They're like real patriots, But he said that the CIA created this program to hack into like foreign countries to change their elections. And he never dreamed they'd use it in America, And before he died, he came out with all this information. But apparently, 2020, they switched hundreds of thousands of votes from Trump to Biden, like 3 o'clock in the morning, And they've done it for Senate races, and it's called Hammer and Scorecard. It's a backdoor computer program.
Okay.
There that they could hack. But I guess the book details everything about it. But that, I don't know if you heard of James Baker. He worked for Twitter. Musk fired him when he got in. He was like a liaison for censoring conservatives, him in the White House. He worked with the White House before the election. But he sold the program to the Chinese. I think it was $100 million or something before the election. So I guess the Chinese are who put Biden in.
Mm-hmm.
So
not surprising.
Anyhow,
not surprising, is it? I mean,
the thing is, hopefully this they're presenting all the information to the House Judiciary Committee. So hopefully something gets done before 24 the election, because we're going to be in trouble if Trump doesn't get in. And that's another thing. How they prevent Trump from being in the election? What are we going to do?
Someone suggested yesterday that as far as Nikki Haley staying in the race, knowing that there's not really a path, that they believe right now that she's actually banking on a possible Hail Mary that the Supreme Court may actually allow Trump to be stricken from the ballot in several states.
Oh, God. Well, nobody wants her.
Oh, no. But, I mean, if you...
That's what I mean. What's our other option? I guess DeSantis would be the closest to Trump, But he quit. I don't know. Hey, whatever happened to the Country Western Overnight Drive theme song?
Oh, what, the song Moose did way back when?
Yeah.
It kind of went to the archives.
Okay. Okay, it was a good one. One other thing about Eagle talking about all the diseases that immigrants are bringing in. There are outbreaks of antibiotic-resistant TB
Yep.
in all your big cities, and they're hushing that up, you know. But, you know, if you're around anybody that's coughing a lot, just keep your distance.
Oh, boy.
Because that stuff's hard to get rid of.
Yeah, and then the measles we had shared earlier this week. Yeah, the measles. Hey, where's this stuff coming from? It was eradicated, right? When you've got millions of people, many of whom are not vaccinated, many of them, bringing who the hell knows what into this country. Let me see. Philip in Florida coming up right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There we go. Back at it. Head on down to Florida. What's going on this morning, Philip?
I was just pulling in the parking lot here at the Magic Kingdom parking lot. Getting ready to go inside here in a little bit. Find out how my day's going to turn out. How you doing today?
When you get to work early in the morning like this, is it kind of like when the Griswolds pull into Wally World, parking lots like totally empty?
Oh yeah, it's totally empty. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Everybody thinks that we park right up to where we walk in, but after I step out of my car here, I got to walk about 10, 15 minutes to where I got to go.
Wow.
So it gets interesting in the rain, especially, when you have a storm or whatnot. You got to walk back to your car and, take you about 10 minutes to get to where you need to go. Sometimes it's 15, depending on how the crossing is, where we got to cross over with the traffic and whatnot, because you get a lot of buses and taxis and all kinds of different things, Ubers and all that coming in. Right across the street from where I'm at right now is the Polynesian Resort, and you got all the folks going in there, and you got to cross that street, and it can be a little challenging sometimes in the afternoon when you're coming out. Not so much now. Now I just go right across, but yeah, it's kind of funny. When you come in there, I've actually been in the Magic Kingdom, Steve, when nobody has been there. And you talk about an eerie place when nobody's been there. It's like going into a carnival when, after they've set it up in the middle of the night and you go in the carnival and there's nothing there. No people running around, and it's scary. it's crazy. But anyway, I was listening to Horse Feathers talk about the state troopers. I think one of the problems that we have now is those guys, when we've seen it in the past, people don't want to become in law enforcement like they used to. That's one of the problems they've got. And they cover such a broad area, Steve. I'm not sure in Ohio, but out here, the state troopers, like on Interstate 4, 995 and those places, they don't have like 4 or 5 troopers covering one area. They got like 1 or 2, if you're lucky. And those guys have to go to accidents. They have to go to other stuff that's around the area. And I think that the state thinks that the municipalities are going to back them up with with their police or with their sheriffs or whatnot. And it doesn't always happen. Does that happen in Cincinnati area up there?
Oh,
in Ohio?
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. I mean, when things are really busy, Pappy could attest to that. Sometimes you can't rely on, if you got an emergency, you can't bank on they're going to be there in 3 minutes,
Yeah. Well, down here in Florida, if you have a major accident on an interstate, a state trooper has to write the report. And, when they have the accident, sometimes that trooper could be, 30, 40 miles away from that accident,
right,
and they have to come and get to that accident. Now, if they've pulled somebody over and then they've got to be pulled to one of these accidents or whatnot, it can be a little testing. And then they also bring them in to sit with the construction at night. So, like, if they're going to do a rolling roadblock, they bring those guys out. They have to do that. There is a lot of things that state troopers do other than just, give people tickets on the side of the road. It's a job I wouldn't want to have, to be quite honest. But now you were talking about the racing thing with the racing drivers not making the money they're making. I think a lot of it, Steve, is NASCAR's viewers are down than what they used to be.
Absolutely.
Like you said, they're 50%.
Yep.
And now think about this, Steve. Think of the amount of sponsorship that's down as well.
Yep.
There's not as many sponsors out there like back in the day. Jeff Gordon was making millions and millions of dollars. It isn't that way somewhat. But I see you're coming up on that minute, aren't you? You want me to hang on?
Yeah, we are getting close to the news break, top of the hour coming up here. So yeah, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast here, right? 3 a.m. Eastern time. Whirl it into a Thursday. And what do we got? It's 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. We'll be back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. A Russian military transport plane that was carrying 74 people, including 65 Ukrainian prisoners of war, crashed today in a border region near Ukraine. Everyone on board was killed. A Russian state news agency reported that the POWs were being transported to the border region for a prisoner exchange. Marijuana sales in Michigan were high last year. A report from the Michigan Cannabis Regulatory Agency says that sales of cannabis were over $3 billion, which is higher than the alcohol sales in the state. As expected, not everyone is happy with that news, with some upset about marijuana's effects on the social problems in the state. If you're curious, that total works out to just over $300 per person in the state of Michigan. Former President Donald Trump won New Hampshire's Republican presidential primary yesterday, defeating former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley in New Hampshire and moving him closer to a rematch with President Biden this fall. Trump's campaign celebrated his win by sending a fundraising text to supporters declaring this race is over.
And just a little note to Nikki. She's not going to win.
Haley says she's not going anywhere and plans to stay in the race. Western China reeling from aftershocks after a 7.1 magnitude earthquake yesterday in a remote part of the country. About 12,000 people were staying in tents and shelters. 3 people were killed, 5 injured. Hundreds of buildings were damaged. The death toll is considered relatively light thanks to the low population around the epicenter of the quake. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Oscar nominations came out yesterday, and while Barbie was nominated for Best Picture, among others, Ryan Gosling and America Ferrera picked up supporting nods. Lead actress Margot Robbie and director Greta Gerwig were snubbed. That did not sit well with Gosling, being that he said there's no Ken without Barbie. He released a statement voicing his displeasure, saying, "But there is no Ken without Barbie. There is no Barbie movie without Greta Gerwig and Margot Robbie, the 2 people most responsible for this history-making, globally celebrated film. No recognition would be possible for anyone on the film without their talent, grit, and genius. To say that I'm disappointed that they are not nominated in their respective categories would be an understatement." In-N-Out Burger permanently closing one of its restaurants for the first time ever. They've never closed a restaurant until now. They announced yesterday that its Oakland location will soon close because of rampant crime in that area. Their statement saying, despite taking repeated steps to create safer conditions, our customers and associates are regularly victimized by car break-ins, property damage, theft, and armed robberies. Oreo is giving you a chance to go to space. You can enter at liftoff.oreo.com. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And welcome back. Everybody on the same page now, all right? We are underway on Thursday. Wow. So getting ready for the weekend. After which it'll be down to 2. That would be the 2 teams who's going to the Super Bowl. Yeah, we'll have the answer Sunday night when we kick things off into a Monday morning. First, let me get back to Philip. All right, Philip in Florida.
Hey, Steve, are you voting for Detroit?
I like Detroit. You know, like so many others, I feel like, for so many years, it was almost a given on Thanksgiving Day. You'd tune in to watch Detroit get their ass kicked, and I'm very, very pleased with Detroit. Now, after watching Baltimore last weekend, I mean, they're hot right now. If they can continue that for 2 more games, I don't know if they're stoppable or not.
Yeah, I know it's going to be kind of a crazy thing. I mean, I hope Detroit gets in there. I mean, they've worked their tails off this year, and to get where they're at.
Yep.
And I hope they get it in there. I'd like to see that. But it's kind of funny that you would see, like the 49ers and all those guys in there too. I mean, we all remember those years with Steve Young and all the different players, but I'd like to see Detroit get in there myself. I tell you, I would. But getting back to the NASCAR thing, that interview with Kyle Larson has just been buzzing YouTube. All the NASCAR guys that do all the, the silly season stuff, and they do all the, talking about it. It's just, it's been all over it. And you know what? I have watched Kenny Wallace's shows on YouTube, and I'm telling you what, Kenny Wallace is a pretty smart dude in his interviews and stuff. And he actually gets questions together before the show that the person he's interviewing knows absolutely nothing about sometimes. And I've seen him put quite a few guys on the spot on those shows. And, I think the way the sport has grown is right. Kyle mentioned that there are drivers that are there just to say they're in NASCAR. I believe that's true. I mean, if you see some of these guys that are running around in the back of the pack, I mean, that's why they went to the charters and all that stuff to try to get rid of things like that, but it still hasn't gotten rid of it, Steve. I kind of wish that they would go back to the old way they did the point system, where they just run a race, you win, you get points, that kind of thing, instead of all this stages and trying to make it like a sprint car thing on Saturday night. You know what I'm talking about, with features and all this stuff?
Yep.
You don't need all that. Just guys out there running, the guys that win, the guys in the upper echelon, they get the points.
Well,
that's the way it should be. That's the way.
Let them race. Let them bump. Yeah, rubbing is racing. I mean, the days of Dale Jr. bumping and run. I mean, sometimes there were accidents, but then you had the rivalries, and somebody gets out there and throws a helmet or throws a punch. Everybody comes back next week to see if there's retaliation. That's you anticipated. You spent the whole week waiting to see if Bobby Allison's going to come back and get back at Dale Jr., that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and oh man, this is funny. I got to break away from this just for a second. I just seen something that's funny. You know, Steve, at the Magic Kingdom, they have these big steam trains that go around the Magic Kingdom. You ever seen, like, you know, pictures of the trains going around the park?
Right.
They just brought back they just returned one of the other trains back, and they're bringing it up the street now. I just saw it. They had five trucks bringing it in. And that's kind of cool. That train is called Bogey. It's one of the 4 trains that we have here, and it's been gone for about 3 months. They just brought this big old steam locomotive up the center of the street on these low boys, and that's really cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to break away from that, but you know, it's just NASCAR has changed so much. I mean, I've said it on your show many times. I would rather go down to New Smyrna and watch those guys than to go over to Daytona and watch it, because it's just not too much, Steve. They've commercialized the thing too much. They've tried to soak as much money out of it everywhere they can, and I think it's kind of backfired on them, for lack of a better way of saying it, you know. And Kyle Larson's right, though, man. I mean, the sponsors are down big time. I mean, back in the heyday, Jeff Gordon had, you know, DuPont sponsoring him and stuff. Now it's Axalta, which they've drawn a lot of sponsorship out of Hendricks, you know, and they aren't getting as much sponsorship money as they used to. You should see some of the comments that Kyle Busch has made about JGR lately, you know, and what's went on with his deal. I mean, there's a lot of things going on with NASCAR that it's amazing. The drivers are talking, you know, the money is just not there like it used to be, you know? So, but that's all I pretty much got today, buddy. I'm going to get out of here so I can watch this train go down the road, and y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you much, Philip. There goes the train rolling down the track, right? Yeah, 12 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Eagle brought up the Texas. I mean, this is really getting heated in Texas. Governor Abbott yesterday issued a pretty forceful statement asserting that Texas, their constitutional right to self-defense. This a direct response to what Abbott described as Joe Biden's failure to secure the border and enforce federal immigration laws. He highlighted the federal government's alleged breach of its constitutional duties, accusing President Biden of violating immigration laws and neglecting his responsibilities. And I quote, President Biden has refused to enforce those laws and has even violated them, leading to record numbers of illegal immigration. Over 6 million illegal crossings in the past 3 years, which has caused unprecedented harm nationwide. Now, this after the recent actions by the Texas National Guard putting up the razor wire, right? Parts of the border there, where the Supreme Court earlier this week, despite the Supreme Court siding with the Biden administration, saying Border Patrol's allowed to remove the wire. Texas forces proceeded with the installation at Eagle Pass, Texas. And they're still putting up more wire now. President Biden has violated his oath to faithfully execute immigration laws enacted by Congress, says Abbott. Instead of prosecuting immigrants for the federal crime of illegal entry, President Biden has sent his lawyers into federal courts to sue Texas for taking action to secure the border. James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, the other visionaries who wrote the U.S. Constitution had the foresight that the states should not be left at the mercy of a lawless president who does nothing to stop external threats like cartels smuggling millions of illegals across the border. Earlier this week, Representative Clay Higgins of Texas urged Texas, stand your ground. Critics view these developments as potentially inciting a civil conflict. Now, the razor wire installation, part of Governor Abbott's Operation Lone Star, initiated to curb illegal immigration. That operation includes busing migrants to numerous cities around the country. That Supreme Court ruling, though, against the wire installation kind of underscores the complex dynamics of the federal versus state relations. In contrast to Biden's approach of reversing strict immigration policies that were in place under the previous administration, Abbott has launched a state-level initiative. State law enforcement, continuing the construction of a border wall. But the tensions are escalating. This has led to several legal confrontations between Texas and the Biden administration. But Abbott said, we're using every tool that can be used, from building a border wall to building these border barriers to passing this law that I signed to another lawsuit by the Biden administration, where I signed a law making it illegal for someone to enter Texas from another country. So they are subject to arrest and subject to deportation. Again, we are deploying every tool and strategy we possibly can. The only thing that we're not doing is we're not shooting people who come across the border because, of course, the Biden administration would charge us with murder. Tensions. Meanwhile, Knucklebuster, what's happening?
Oh, well, I'm parked over here in Vegas, and you're right, it's midnight out here on the West Coast there. When you talk to Mindy, tell her I said nanu, okay?
Okay, Mork.
All right. Taylor Swift's going to be the next Super Bowl winner, Steve. That gal's got a lot of good luck going with her. Well, I want to address Rambler's brake problems. As long as they didn't knock the air hose completely, I mean, if you had still a little bit of air hose left there, you can take and bend that thing in half and then wrap some either electrical tape or duct tape around it. And then on the side of that brake chamber is a bolt, a nut, and a washer, and it's got a T-head, and you take that center rubber cap off and take that bolt and stick that T down in there and turn it until it locks in place. Slap a washer on, nut on, and tighten it down, and it'll release some brakes. You can pull that trailer all over the countryside, but you just can't do it with all four of your brake chambers out there. So, you know, if you got that kind of problem, that'll at least get you off the side of the road there anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that ELD and cameras, you better have evidence of what you done, and you know that you seal, even in a wreck, and that they keep all kinds of information on everybody, whether you know it or not nowadays. When they got markers along the highway out there, that state can tell you exactly where you was at, what time, and they've even told me I got pulled in Thanksgiving morning over there in Fort Smith, Arkansas, and they done a DOT inspection on me. That guy told me the last truck I was in, how many miles it had on it, and but he didn't have no problem with my logging the way I logged, so he told me to just have a great day there and happy Thanksgiving. He didn't write me up for anything, so I didn't tell him I was going to get a $50 bonus out of that for coming in with a clean rip. I'd have probably had to split it with him, right? All right, I'm going to bed, bud. The rest of the night is all yours there, so have a great, blessed day, Steve.
All right, so we will call it a day. All right, get some good rest there, Knucklebuster. Have a safe day. We'll chat again maybe on Casual Friday. All right, got the official word from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, if you can believe anything they say these days. A lot of people kind of question that. The latest COVID variant, the JN1 that's sweeping the country this winter, is not prompting more severe disease than the earlier variants did. While it does not appear to be more deadly than its predecessors, the JN1 variant has surged in recent months. Now more than 85% of the cases being seen around the country. They say they're waiting for additional data to craft a more detailed analysis and the impact this season. Asked if JN1's symptoms seem to be more severe than earlier waves, he said, there are early signals that may not be the case, based on the electronic medical records and other data. Now, he did say the virus does affect one individual differently than others. It can vary widely. It could be very severe. People could die from this variant. But to the general population, it may actually be milder. Kind of goes back to Captain Ron's call there Monday morning. Had the COVID, but said it wasn't really much more than a runny nose. What did he have? A little bit of fatigue, a bit of a cough. That was about it. Common cold symptoms is the way he described it. All right, we got Pappy coming up after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, catching things up here on a Thursday morning. At 844-844-3388. Hello, Pappy. What's happening out there? You about to wind down a vacation week, a Kelly week?
Yes, sir. One more night tonight or tomorrow night. Be back in the saddle Friday night.
All right, back to work.
Yeah, back to work for the weekend. Hey, Steve, I think Bongino's listening to your show, man.
Oh, yeah?
What? Yeah. Dude, he come out today talking about this whole pipe bomb thing, right?
Uh-huh.
As being a plan B. Exactly what we were talking about last week, Steve.
Well,
you getting ideas from your show?
That was actually suggested by some guy named Pappy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I was like, man, Bongino, come on, man, you're late to the show. He was like, listen, man, if this whole January 6th insurrection was a planned event, right?
And in the event,
and plan B was
if everybody stayed behind the barriers and nobody made their way or breached the Capitol, he's thinking maybe those pipe bombs would have exploded to cause something, plan B.
Well, plan B was, oh my God, there's pipe bombs. Everybody evacuate. Them pipe bombs weren't real, Steve. They were inert.
Okay.
But what do you do when you find a pipe bomb outside the DNC with the newly elected vice president and everybody else around? Evacuate. We must stop the confirmation hearings, right?
Wow.
Steve, they were afraid of what was going to come out. They were afraid Trump had some good points. I'm telling you, if good old Vice President Pence there.
Well, what the hell is it that I'm hearing on some of these news breaks tonight talking about in 2024 there could still be a path for Biden if they send it back to the I mean, what isn't that kind of what Trump was trying to allude to in 2020? Are you hearing what they're saying about that? Send it back to the state level and let them decide in 24?
Steve, these people, man. Listen, I want to address something that Eagle said. He was, let's say, disappointed in the Supreme Court for their decision backing Biden on this whole Texas thing, right? Steve, we said this before, too. You can't rely on the Supreme Court when they were talking about taking Trump off the ballots in these states. Well, the Supreme Court will overrule it. Let's take a walk a couple weeks back in memory lane, Steve. We were talking about Jeffrey Epstein. His little island, his little surveillance system, which turns out to be a big blackmail system.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, don't think they ain't messing with the judges. Don't think they can't be gotten to neither. These are big, powerful people. Remember when I said sometimes you'll see a conservative just vote off the wall for something wacky, crazy left? What the hell is he doing? What's Kavanaugh? Steve, they were outside Kavanaugh's house during Roe versus Wade. Found a man with a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Probably going to assassinate Kavanaugh. These people are getting death threats, Steve, every day. Could you imagine waking up, being in their positions, getting death threats every day? Oh, Steve, it happens. Trust me. So why is the government, who's paying, Steve, for these illegals to get here, why do they want them here? Numbers game. Few people have been talking about this. I don't know if I really ever brought it up or if anybody has.
I hear
on
him
your
talking
show.
about based on the number of people residing in any given area, that's how you divvy up the representation, the districting thing, right? If that's what you're talking about. Hang on, we got to get a news break first.
USA News Update. A Russian military transport plane that was carrying 74 people, including 65 Ukrainian prisoners of war, crashed today in a border region near Ukraine. There were no survivors. Marijuana sales in Michigan were high last year, over $3 billion, which is higher than the alcohol sales in the state. Western China reeling from aftershocks after a 7.1 magnitude earthquake yesterday in a remote part of the country. 3 people were killed, 5 injured, hundreds of buildings damaged. Former President Donald Trump won New Hampshire's Republican presidential primary yesterday, defeating former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and moving him closer to a rematch with President Biden this fall. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Let's get back to... All right, we're talking to Pappy, and am I on target or way off base as far as the districting?
No, you're yes, sir. You got the Bombers pilot target right over, Steve. I'm trying to think of what the what the Dems call it. They're claiming it's a Republican theory, a displacement theory.
Okay.
We can replace them. I've seen clips and clips and clips of the communist media, Steve, on camera talking about this, but then they claim it's a conspiracy theory. Trump tried to change the Census Bureau. He did not want illegal, non-U.S. citizens to be counted and put on the Census Bureau, but he lost that fight with the leftists.
I remember that.
Why? Because they need all these people leaving California, these blacked out leftist states. That's what they say, we can replace them with the migrants, Steve. Dick touched on it the other night. All your congressional seats are based on population.
And that's why California has so many representatives, a population.
And what else do they have? A lot of
Democrats.
Electoral
vote, yeah. Between California, New York, Illinois, the big population centers, absolutely.
Yes, sir. That's why they need these people. That's why they want them to come here. Destroy the USA as a result, so be it. They don't care. They don't care that this dude that just crossed the border, you just talked about, 5-7 brought up, this terrorist. They don't care they're coming to Trump. They don't care. They know there's people in this country just licking their chops, man, waiting for the bat signal to go up. Go kill Americans. They just don't care, Steve. Yeah, man, but listen, man, don't think SCOTUS can't be gotten to, brother. I guess this little Kerry Lake thing kind of reminds us how dirty these people have. Dude, that's peanuts, man. That's kindergarten stuff.
Really?
Just what Kerry Lake just played. That's nothing. That's nothing. I wonder if they kept messing with her and she finally said, listen, you guys better back off. Back off, or I'm going to release some stuff. If they kept messing with her, I don't know.
Well, she sat on that tape since March of last year, because remember she brought up DeSantis in it. I mean, I guess at that point in time they were thinking DeSantis was he even in the race yet? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't. They definitely want her out of the race. See, she would more than likely. She would bring out the suburban soccer mom vote, right? They obviously want her out. Yeah, so I don't know if that's why it took so long. They just kept messing with her. She maybe warned him, listen, man, stop ever with me, man. Right. I'm gonna drop the ball.
Well, I mean, it was over. I mean, it was March of last year when she said, "You go back and tell him I'm gonna run and I'm gonna be the biggest effing pain in their, you know what?" Go back and tell him.
Yeah, Steve, think of this. You got the knight that shows back up in front of the king in his palace and says, "They just said F you, man." You don't tell the king that. Oh, she don't want to play the game? Yeah, we'll get her out of the game. These people, it's all about power, Steve, and they can't lose it, and they will do whatever to keep it. Whatever to keep it. What else been going on? Let's see, man. Yeah, the Russian AWACS plane Philip was talking about got either shot down, apparently, I guess. That's a pretty big deal. Steve, things are just escalating, man. You know, and if we're going to get in a fight, take on it. I don't want buffoons in the White House. That's my only problem about pounding the war drum, so to speak. You know, part of me says these yahoos are over here firing all these missiles at our destroyers and warships over there and doing all this and bombing and all this stuff over in Iraq. Steve, part of me wants to say, man, you know, and that's probably what they're doing. They probably want us to escalate. You know, so cooler heads got to prevail. But I'm telling you, part of me says, man, let's just drop a Moab right over Tehran, man. Stop messing with the tail of the snake.
Mm-hmm.
Go. You want to get it on? Let's get it on. Let's just do it. Whatever happens, happens. But the problem is, we got buffoons in the White House, and we got admirals walking around and generals walking around in skirts. That's the only problem I have. Hey, real quick, I'll get off of here. Prayers out to them 2 Navy SEALs, their families that were killed on a mission.
Yep.
Sounded like they were attempting to board a vessel that was transporting rockets or parts for rockets to attack us. Steve, we'll never know what happened. We don't know if they were gunned down as they were climbing up that rope or if in fact one of them lost their footing and fell into the ocean.
I mean, the story was big waves, and one of them climbing up got swept off, and the other supposedly jumped in to try to help him.
Yeah, that's the story, Steve. But unfortunately, Steve, listen, man, for people to think that we don't have troops in Ukraine right now, I'm telling you, we got boots on the ground, whether you want to believe it or not. And if somebody gets killed over there, man, unfortunately, they were killed in a training accident over Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me?
That would be the story you get, yeah.
So, either way, these guys, God bless them. God bless their soul. God bless their families, you know, for trying to defend our country, keep us free, pay the ultimate price. So with that, Steve, I appreciate you taking the call, my time. And,
you got it. And one last tidbit.
I'll talk at you tomorrow.
How about our guy from the Heritage Foundation that spoke at Davos last week? Didn't
Steve, yes, sir. Thanks for sending that to me. Hey, listen, man, Steve, we can't lose hope here, right? When you got other world leaders telling these world leaders, these globalist elites that have nothing but bad intentions for this globe, for this planet and human life, when you got them telling them straight to their face, Steve, we know what you're up to, and we're not going to have it. That's basically what that video boiled down to. So, can't give hope up, man.
Yeah. And, I mean, I saw...
that guy laid it on him, man.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to see if I can't play the audio from that. I mean, I did see separately a story where, I guess, you know, the discussions at Davos from all those world elites, they are pretty much convinced, they're all but certain Trump is going to win the election this year.
Yeah. Steve, I saw several videos. I mean, some scary stuff, man. They're back to talking about these implants, that everybody's going to have this implant. This implant is, you know, going to have all your credentials, all your medical history, all your vaccine history, all your banking history, and a little tracking device in there where they can track you anywhere you go. Some people refer to that as the mark of the beast.
Correct.
All right, my man. Great show tonight.
Hey, have a
great
great
show
morning.
all week. You've
All
been
right.
doing, man.
Hey, it's been a good week, hadn't it? Thank you very much, Pappy. Yeah, guy's name was Kevin Roberts. I had shared this with Pappy yesterday morning. I may or may not have tried. I don't know that the audio would come through or not. But let's see. This guy went, what do you call it? He went scorched earth on the elites at the World Economic Forum last week in regards to, Donald Trump.
See, it's standing up for it. It's equally laughable to use the word dictatorship at Davos and aim that at President Trump. In fact, I think that's absurd. But I'm going to step aside from that constructive criticism and instead answer your question. Yep. And I'm going to be substantive here. President Trump, if he's the next president, for that matter, I think whoever the next conservative president is going to take on the power of the elites, which I mentioned earlier. But the thing that I want to drive home here, the very reason that I'm here at Davos, is to explain to many people in this room and who are watching, with all due respect, nothing personal, but that you're part of the problem. Political elites tell the average people on 3 or 4 or 5 issues that the reality is X, when in fact reality is Y. Take immigration. Elites tell us that open borders and even illegal immigration are okay. The average person tells us in the United States that both rob them of the American way of life. They're right. President Trump will take that on behalf of the average American. Elites also tell us that public safety isn't a problem in big American cities. Just travel to New York or Washington or Dallas, Texas. The average person will tell you that the lack of public safety damages not just the American way of life, but their life. President Trump will take that on. Thirdly, I guess the favorite at the World Economic Forum is climate change. Elites tell us that we have this existential crisis with so-called climate change, so much so that climate alarmism is probably the greatest cause for mental health crisis in the world. The solutions, the average person know, based on climate change, are far worse and more harmful and cost more human lives, especially in Europe during the time that you need heating, than do the problem and the problems themselves. Fourth, 2 more here, Robin. Okay. The fourth, China. The number one adversary, not just to the United States, but to free people on planet Earth. Not only do we at Davos not say that, we give the Chinese Communist Party a platform. Count on President Trump ending that nonsense. And fifth, as we sit here, another supranational organization, the World Health Organization, is discussing foisting gender ideology upon the global South. These are practices that are under review, if not being rejected, by countries in Northern Europe. The new president, especially if it's President Trump, will, as you like to say, trust the science. He will understand the basic biological reality of manhood and womanhood. And do you know why? Not because of retribution, not because he's a dictator, but because he has the power of the American people behind him. And it's connected to Senator Portman's excellent point that in addition to needing a vigorous executive, we look forward to having the popular will inform both the House and Senate in 2025 to pass laws on all of those issues and many others. Ultimately, Robin, I think President Trump, if in fact he wins a second term, is going to be inspired by the wise words of Javier Milei, who said that he was in power not to guide sheep, but to awaken lions.
There you go. That's the rest of the story. I mean, yeah, the term is scorched earth. Can you imagine? The video is only of his face and his speaking. I would love to see other views of the expressions on the faces of those sitting in that arena in Davos last week at the World Economic Forum. I guarantee the expressions were not of a pleased nature, if you know what I mean. That's not what they wanted to hear. He's here to awaken lions.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I saw what they call it, the artist's interpretation of what it could be, what it might look like. If one developer has their way, it will not be New York or California that has the highest skyscraper in America, but rather Oklahoma City. Madison Capital has been planning out a complex called the Boardwalk at Bricktown in the Oklahoma capital, which was approved by the city council last August. The structure would consist of 4 towers, including 3 at about 345 feet high, residential units, 2 hotels, condos, over 100,000 feet of commercial and community space. The 4th tower would be the showpiece. It was originally planned to rise about 1,750 feet. Now, developers are increasing that. The tower would now extend out to 1,907 feet, which would make it the tallest building in the United States. Right now, the tallest building is One World Trade Center at 1,776 feet. If you've been to New York, that is a monstrosity. The number 1907 references the year in which Oklahoma was admitted to the Union as the 46th state. Now, the developers would need the city to rezone the property in order to achieve that goal. According to the Oklahoma Free Press, Madison Capital plans to submit for that variance, which would make their building the 6th tallest on the planet. Top 5 around the world. The tallest is in the United Arab Emirates. Yeah, they've got a 2,717-foot building. One in Malaysia at 2,227. China's Shanghai Tower at 2,073. There's the Clock Tower in Saudi Arabia, 1,972. And Ping An International Finance Center, also in China, at 1,966. But 1907. Like I said, the artist rendering, I mean, it would be a beautiful. But last I checked, Oklahoma City is right there in the heart of Tornado Alley. I know they've come a long way in the ability to build structures to withstand things like earthquakes and strong winds. How much sway do you think you'd have at the 1,800-foot level of a building in strong winds or severe weather, or if a tornado were to be approaching in Oklahoma City? I don't know about the location. I'm just saying, but we'll see what comes of it. All right, Horse Feathers, what do you say?
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, that was going to be my question, is what are wind speeds and tornadoes up there around the 2,000-foot mark?
Yes.
There? I was wondering what the wind speed would be up there. So you might lose your hanky if you're out there on the balcony there trying to get a sight of the countryside or something. But anyways, hey, why I called back there was Joe Biden and the unions. Now, if I remember right, our previous president, didn't he reconfigure NAFTA to a whole nother agreement and made it more optimum for the auto workers, the auto producers to manufacture their vehicles in the United States instead of Mexico? Wasn't that part of what all that worked out with that new deal that, the Mexico, Canada, United States did away with NAFTA and came up with a whole new deal? So anyways, Joe Biden is a friend of the union people because he stood on the picket line with them and he drove a Ford Lightning pickup because he's driven lots of, wait a minute. No, he never drove a pickup before in his life, did he? Okay. Well, maybe that was not I'd forgotten. He thought he did. But anyways, so how does the UAW come up with the idea that he's done so much for him to come out and support and he is just because I don't know, always support the Democrats, but I hope some of the UAW workers are smarter than the one I saw on the news last night there. But yeah, so the Ford Lightning, that's been a spectacular vehicle for Ford, and apparently their Mustang's doing just as well, maybe, or maybe not quite as well, but the electric one. But I just thought that was kind of a curious topic, or that having the UAW come out and all that support for the fearless leader. But anyways, so what else here? Not a whole lot, I guess. So anyways, I guess that's about it for right now. We'll let you go with that one there.
Very good. Well, we will close out another hour right there. We'll roll that up toward news break. Hey, 1 hour yet to come as we roll into a Thursday morning. Here come the weekend. Amazon this past day said they're going to stop allowing police directly to ask people for video from the Ring doorbell cameras and home security cameras all over the country. We'll give you more on that in our final hour, so stick around. That and so much more. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. A Russian military transport plane that was carrying 74 people, including 65 Ukrainian prisoners of war, crashed today in a border region near Ukraine. Everyone on board was killed. A Russian state news agency reported that the POWs were being transported to the border region for a prisoner exchange. Marijuana sales in Michigan were high last year. A report from the Michigan Cannabis Regulatory Agency says that sales of cannabis were over $3 billion, which is higher than the alcohol sales in the state. As expected, not everyone is happy with that news, with some upset about marijuana's effects on the social problems in the state. If you're curious, that total works out to just over $300 per person in the state of Michigan. Former President Donald Trump won New Hampshire's Republican presidential primary yesterday, defeating former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley in New Hampshire and moving him closer to a rematch with President Biden this fall. Trump's campaign celebrated his win by sending a fundraising text to supporters declaring this race is over.
And just a little note to Nikki. She's not going to win.
Haley says she's not going anywhere and plans to stay in the race. Western China reeling from aftershocks after a 7.1 magnitude earthquake yesterday in a remote part of the country. About 12,000 people were staying in tents and shelters. 3 people were killed, 5 injured. Hundreds of buildings were damaged. The death toll is considered relatively light thanks to the low population around the epicenter of the quake. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Oscar nominations came out yesterday, and while Barbie was nominated for Best Picture, among others, Ryan Gosling and America Ferrera picked up supporting nods. Lead actress Margot Robbie and director Greta Gerwig were snubbed. That did not sit well with Gosling, being that he said there's no Ken without Barbie. He released a statement voicing his displeasure, saying, "But there is no Ken without Barbie. There is no Barbie movie without Greta Gerwig and Margot Robbie, the 2 people most responsible for this history-making, globally celebrated film. No recognition would be possible for anyone on the film without their talent, grit, and genius. To say that I'm disappointed that they are not nominated in their respective categories would be an understatement." In-N-Out Burger permanently closing one of its restaurants for the first time ever. They've never closed a restaurant until now. They announced yesterday that its Oakland location will soon close because of rampant crime in that area. Their statement saying, despite taking repeated steps to create safer conditions, our customers and associates are regularly victimized by car break-ins, property damage, theft, and armed robberies. Oreo is giving you a chance to go to space. You can enter at liftoff.oreo.com. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Get our final hour underway. Yeah, they have become all too common around the country. Ring cameras. And there's several other types as well that they're telling us app updates include getting rid of a request for assistance feature that had been existing for some time now that allowed police to request and receive video captured by Ring cameras. According to the post by a Ring executive, human rights advocates have opposed that feature, saying it threatens privacy and exacerbates racial profiling. Ring shutting down the red carpet surveillance portal that they offered to police is unquestionably a victory for the coalition of racial justice and human rights advocates. So says the Fight for the Future director. I said the ability for law enforcement to use the Neighbors app to mass request footage from camera owners was always dangerous. Ring launched the Neighbors app in 2017 that gives people using their security cameras a way to share videos. Thieves stealing delivered packages, stray pets passing by. Last year, people shared Ring moments on their social channels more than 1 million times. Now, they say police and fire officials will still be able to use the Ring's Neighbors app to share information with users, but they'll have to go back to the more traditional channels like obtaining warrants for video related to investigations. They envision a world blanketed in cheap Amazon-made cameras where people are constantly watching each other and sharing the content, whether it's a heartwarming moment or a violent crime. Now, that's according to the guy that, the Fight for the Future. I know we've got a number of neighbors that share the neighborhood app. If something is suspicious happening around the neighborhood, they share with one another. Hey, watch out. There was somebody on Joe's porch last night, a suspicious vehicle out there at 4 o'clock. So law enforcement was able in many cases to just ask people if, hey, we had a crime next door. Do you happen to have a surveillance camera? Can have any footage you can share with us? I don't know. I know there's Big Brother surveillance everywhere you turn these days, but it's 844-844-3388. Senor Heatwave. Hey there. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. What the hell's the matter with people these days, Steve? I mean, you get an app on a ring to scare off these people, and now they're proclaiming a victory that's allowing people to steal, burglarize, or,
whatever.
arsonate.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell's the matter with these people?
Someone broke in.
Somebody
broke in the neighbor's house, right? And I've got camera footage that might show them actually walking into or out of, or could help identify that individual. And they're saying, well, no, you got to get a search warrant for Steve to share that. I don't know. It should be my choice. It's my camera, right?
Exactly. Well, they haven't had anything happen to them, so obviously the rest of the world is just hunky-dory.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about that airplane that went down? That news feed, I think, is a day behind, isn't it? Because wasn't it reported Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean, everything, whatever gets recorded, I'm thinking maybe midday on any given day is what we get for the overnight. It's all a bit behind.
Yeah, a bit behind and $1 short. Well, it kind of makes you wonder, was it a mechanical failure on the Russians' part? Was it pilot error on the Russians' part, or did they just shoot it down?
Russia is saying Ukraine shot it down. Russia is saying we detected launches of what? Yeah, they're saying Ukraine shot that plane down and killed their own prisoners of war.
Right.
So.
Right. And they would know that plane was coming in because they would have agreed to a treaty to do a prisoner exchange.
Well, I mean,
they would have known.
Russia, and that's what Russia is saying. Those 65 prisoners of war were being taken over for a prisoner swap. Now, I don't know. When you're in a war zone, did somebody push a button? They see a plane coming in and don't know what it is. They just hit the button. Who knows? I mean, we may never get the truth.
No. You'll never get the truth from a communist country. Well, I shouldn't say a communist country. You'll never get the truth from communist leaders. And obviously you won't get the truth out of the democratic leaders either. Because they all speak the same language. Lie, lie, lie. And to your point about the tallest tower there in Oklahoma City, yeah, Tornado Alley. Yeah. Hello,
right?
McFly, what were you thinking?
1,900 feet
I
up.
It
may actually happen though. I mean, if they thought about, I don't know how. I mean, there are tall skyscrapers. I mean, I guess you could have a tornado in New York City, right? I mean, you could have a tornado in any big. I mean, I remember when I think it was downtown Dallas or Fort Worth had a tornado a few years ago. There were some pretty damn tall buildings that had big windows blown out and whatnot, but the buildings stood. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that was Fort Worth because the FBI offices were in it, and they had documents scattered that shouldn't have been. I think I remember that one.
Okay.
What? Yep. So, well, I sent you a link about California wanting to put speed limiters in cars out here. Did you see that?
I did, yes. And now,
I don't think that's going to go.
Exactly. People that are paying for these high-performance vehicles, there ain't no way they're going to buy into that.
Nope. You pay that kind of money for a car that alleges it'll go faster than 160 kilometers. Yes, Gilly, and I'm referencing your little jab at my car. I mean, not that I'm going to go 160 mile an hour down the road, but I mean, you know, it's nice to know you got it in case you got to get away from something in a real damn quick hurry. So, yeah, then these people will find out exactly what we in the industry, those who are owner-operators or lease operators, are having to deal with. They pay so damn much money for their vehicle, and then all of a sudden government says, no, 67 mile an hour is the fastest you can go. You know, well, at least they're giving them 10 mile over, but those car chase scenes are going to be they're not going to be near as long because the cops will be able to get them in a real quick hurry.
You think? Somebody shared a story with
yeah.
I don't think I printed it up. Somebody, let's see, Roy sent me son drives his dad's Camaro 199 miles per hour in a 70 zone in Florida, according to that. So, yeah, the son, hey, Dad, can I borrow the car? And then he gets caught doing 199.
I mean, there's places you can do that. You know, on the interstate, in traffic, Florida, of all places. My God, I mean, you can barely do 70 at night, you know.
Yeah.
You have to excuse me there. I had garlic fries for dinner earlier this evening, and I tell you what, I'm chasing away all sorts of vampires and other two-legged creatures of the night. Boy, that was a little strong. Happy had sent me pictures of the leader of the Hezbollah or Hamas. There we go. Showing the guys here in the country, but nobody knows where he's at after he's been processed. And I think we're going to have to go back to the Wild West days where we all were packing, whether you saw it or not. You know, something's going to have to be done. As crazy as this country is getting and the world is getting, yeah, we're going to have to start packing and carrying, and the hell with what the signs say, because a sign that says gun-free zone only invites the criminal element to go in and start using us as live targets.
Target on your back.
Yep. Well, senor, I'm heading on down to the City of Industry from Fresno. God, what a place. I don't know if City of Industry is going to be any better, but I hope they send me elsewhere. I'm done with California. I want to go. I want to go elsewhere. So I will let you go, and we will talk to you later. Have a good night, senor.
Fun. We all love the land of fruits and nuts, right? Oh, yeah. So a 20-year-old driver clocked at 199 in a 70-mile-an-hour zone was in Dad's red Camaro at the time. And he had a camera set up in back to record Instagram videos. According to investigators, driver and passenger arrested when deputies observed the Camaro participating in an illegal street race on the Florida Turnpike near Orlando. According to the Orange County Sheriff's Office, a 16-year-old boy was also in the car, turned over to his mother. The details of what became of the other driver in the race have not been released. As of Tuesday this week, the 23rd, the illegal street race was discovered just outside Orlando when 911 callers reported a large number of cars converge at 1 o'clock in the morning Sunday near the intersection of Lake Mary Jane and Moss Park Roads. Street view image from that date, Google Street, said the takeover was discovered when 911 callers and a deputy. When the lights turned green, the first two cars began drag racing, accelerating speeds from a point side by side in a competitive attempt to outdistance each other. As additional deputies swarmed the site and the Camaro was stopped, The driver, who lives in nearby St. Cloud, that is 19-year-old passenger arrested and charged with racing on a highway. But the vehicle was registered in Dad's name. And I guess the boy's lucky that they did release it back to Dad. Investigators didn't say if the son actually had permission to be driving the Camaro. A search of the vehicle was conducted. A black Insta360 X3 camera with the mounting stick was located inside the vehicle. Based on the mounting bracket in the back window, we believe the camera was mounted on the window to capture videos for the driver's Instagram account. But I guess it's not uncommon. The Orange County Sheriff's Office reports illegal street racing investigations resulted in 157 arrests, 1,290 citations, and 54 seized vehicles in 2023. I think the kids just doing it every chance they get.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, maybe that's the one I was asking about a little bit earlier. I was talking to Pappy, and I've heard him several times in the various news updates from yesterday talking about, come January of 25, when they're affirming the election results, right? That there's still there could still be a pathway for Biden. And let me take you back to whoever forwarded this to me. I guess this is going back to 2022. Where Congress passed the most sweeping post-January 6, 2021 actions. Steps to rule out a future rogue vice president's unilaterally casting aside election results as well as other reforms. After months of debate, lawmakers passed changes to the nearly 135-year-old Electoral Count Act and more recent provisions governing presidential transitions. These reforms, written by Senator Susan Collins, Joe Manchin, with broad bipartisan support, lawmakers were unable to pass the legislation by itself, so it was attached to the sweeping $1.7 trillion deal to fund the federal government for most of next year, a common way of passing legislation unrelated to government funding. House easily passed the bill Friday afternoon, sending it to President Biden, who pledged to swiftly sign it. The president also praised the voting reforms. Effectively, these changes are aimed at ensuring that the formal counting of the electoral votes remains a rather ceremonial and perfunctory occurrence. After the 2020 election, when they tried to argue that ambiguities in existing laws, including the Electoral Count Act, would have essentially allowed Mike Pence, vice president, and Republican state legislatures to override the will of millions of Americans. Pence refused to do so. All right, let's see. Most people agree with Pence that the Constitution and the 12th Amendment did not allow him to disregard electoral votes or to ignore how electoral votes are counted or make decisions about these alternative slate of electors. The Constitution didn't allow it. The Electoral Count Act didn't allow it. But some of the key changes that were passed here. Now, they're saying that this is addressing something that could happen in 2024. But this is a bill that's been around for close to 135 years. It's not something that you amend lightly, and it's not something you want to last for the next 100 years. Key changes. Raising the threshold necessary for an objection to a state's electoral votes from one member in each chamber to at least 1/5 of each chamber. That'd be 87 representatives and 20 senators, provided there are no vacancies. Number 2, clarifying that the vice president's status overseeing the joint session of Congress is purely ceremonial. Number 3, removing an old provision that suggested state legislators or legislatures could have overridden the popular vote after an election. And then lastly, allowing for several candidates to have access to presidential transition funding. Yeah, the House Select Committee of the January 6, 2021 pushed for these changes. Although senators were considering the legislation before that panel formally endorsed the efforts. So they are saying in the news breaks, if this actually comes down the pike later this year, it would be uncharted territory, something we've never contended with before. But I guess that's because it's from 2022. I don't know. What were we all talking about in 2022? Were we paying any attention to what got... Remember that was buried in the $1.7 trillion bill? This was all about COVID. Nobody was paying much attention to what else is going on around us, what's buried in the legislation. Honestly, I don't recall any discussions of that being put in there. I guess now we know. What else was in there? All right, news break just ahead here. It is 844-844-3388. What else we got in the mix? Coming up here, I promised we'd get back to the state of Tennessee. Yeah, blocking nearly 500,000 felons from voting later this year in 2024. A policy change impacting nearly 500,000 people, making it more difficult for those with felony convictions to regain their voting rights, was the word this past day. Give you the rest of the story coming up here after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J Truck Stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
USA News Update. A Russian military transport plane that was carrying 74 people, including 65 Ukrainian prisoners of war, crashed today in a border region near Ukraine. There were no survivors. Marijuana sales in Michigan were high last year, over $3 billion, which is higher than the alcohol sales in the state. Western China reeling from aftershocks after a 7.1 magnitude earthquake yesterday in a remote part of the country. 3 people were killed, 5 injured, hundreds of buildings damaged. Former President Donald Trump won New Hampshire's Republican presidential primary yesterday, defeating former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and moving him closer to a rematch with President Biden this fall. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me get the rest of the story here. It's Tennessee. I know that there's going to be a lot of folks upset about it. But a policy change is impacting nearly 500,000 people, making it more difficult for those with felony convictions to regain their voting rights. A Tennessee Supreme Court decision last year was interpreted as requiring felons seeking to restore their voting rights to either obtain a pardon or have their full citizenship rights reinstated, including the right to bear arms. Previously, individuals with felony convictions in Tennessee could regain their right to vote by settling outstanding debts and obtaining a certificate of restoration. The new interpretation significantly alters this process. The director of Campaign Legal Center's Restore Your Vote, criticizing the state's handling of the issue, saying despite the Tennessee legislature's clear intent to create meaningful pathways to voting rights restoration, the Elections Division, with help from the Attorney General's office, continues to twist the law into tortured knots to prevent the 475,000 plus Tennesseans with past felony convictions from voting. The implementation of these changes has resulted in a drastic reduction in the number of felons regaining their voting rights. Since the policy change, only one person out of 60 applicants has had their voting rights restored. Nonetheless, Tennessee's coordinator of elections said when someone commits a felony in the state of Tennessee, that person forfeits the right to vote in future Tennessee elections. The legislature provided a path for those who committed a felony and seek to regain the right to vote. So they're saying the path is there, but all righty. With that, back to the phones we go. 5-7, check it in. What's happening this morning?
Yeah, I was threatened with a felony in Pennsylvania back in the 80s. I was going to get a DOT officer said, that's a felony charge. He'd be charged with felony. Well, back then I had no clue what that meant, right, that occurred. But all it was probably a trailer built back in 1955. It was a chip wagon south of Pittsburgh. And the VIN plate was just, tacked on with the ribbon. Well, it done rusted off the whole front of that. You're running through the salt and everything else. So that all rusted off. And I noticed about half the chip wagons we had at that sawmill like it. But he said he's just going to let me know. Don't let me catch him. Don't let him catch me up there again unless you've got something on that nose of that trailer. So we fixed it. And we didn't go back up there until we had VIN plates put on the street. So I would have been a felon.
Wow.
And also, there's a whole lot. Just because you're a felon doesn't mean that you whatever, rape, gun,
right,
all,
rape,
whatever.
murder, incest, whatever. Yeah, right.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. So, and by the way, you think about it, if you're a felon, you'd probably be pro-gun. Okay, especially if you're in jail for gun crimes. So, I don't know. You got to give people a goal where they can clean up their act. And any way you look at it, it's the government for the people, by the people, of the people, not from the government to the people, but from the people to the government. So if the people are cleaning up their act, who is it to the government to tell the people what to do? So we'll give them that. Open primary. Aggravating. Back during Donald Trump, I voted for Ted Cruz. But, this driver, it sounds a whole lot like a minister. He laughed at me. He said he went in and he voted for Donald Trump. Because, at the time, I ain't going to vote for Hillary anyway, but I voted in your primary. So basically, the man counteracted my vote as a Republican. So, and I understand why they have it. That way your independent can join in one way or the other. But, no, I've always been aggravated about that open primary. So, I just, whatever. All I can tell you is my 73-year-old wife said, you let me know when it's time to vote. I'll have showered up, I'd be dressed up. When you get home, we're going to go vote for Donald Trump.
There you go.
So, Nikki Haley, go find another place to live. 5-7, we down.
Well, undoubtedly, you just be ready. You're going to see plenty of Nikki Haley ads. They said yesterday she just made a $4 million buy for campaign ads. So get ready.
Already. About 3 an hour and 3 or 4 an hour on the TV.
Wow.
During the news broadcast. Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know where she brought all these jobs in. She claims she brought us a whole bunch of jobs. Everything else. I don't know. Other than that, it's just politics, I guess. Oh, that ain't it. You want to talk about my mailbox is full of that stuff, Nikki Haley, which is replaced DeSantis, I guess. So, there you go. I'm voting for Donald Trump.
5-7. Copy the mail. There you go. Are you down? Let's see. I'm not seeing a name. So who we got on board here?
Hey, how you doing? This is Fire Dago.
Morning. What's happening?
Just a really quick question, something we haven't thought about in a while. Whatever happened to those FEMA camps that were so popular when Obama was in office?
Refresh my memory. The FEMA camps.
All those camps that they were making with the plastic coffins and the barbed wire on top of the fences to keep. They kept saying that they were to keep people out, but yet it was more to keep people in.
Yeah.
They were building them down in Arizona and all that.
I do remember, some of that. I don't know. Some of it was conspiracy.
They were for political prisoners or something like that.
Right. I do remember some of that, but I hadn't heard anything about it in quite some time. That was Alex Jones talked quite a bit about that, right? And he had some of the footage and some of the photos of all the. I guess it was like the plastic coffins, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, because I know that was pretty big when Obama was around, and I mean, God forbid if the idiot in power can keep us alive until the next election. God forbid the Democrats win again. Are those FEMA camps going to come back up? Because God knows we're in trouble if the Democrats win again.
Well, what'd you say your handle was again?
Fire Dago.
Fire Dago.
Yeah. I used to be a firefighter, and I'm Italian, so it works.
That works. Well, you're a first-time caller, right? I'm taking down your number so I can get you a first-time caller code for Hot Shot Secret.
I would say since you've come on the internet, yes, I called you a couple times back when you were on the radio before they kicked you off.
Way back, it's been a few years. Hey, it's been over 3 years then. We ain't talked in a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yes, sir. So you drive trucks for a living? You drive trucks night, or what are we up to?
Yep. Actually, just pulled into Green Bay, Wisconsin. I do believe. I'm not too sure. I mean, it's pretty foggy up here.
Yeah, right.
And waiting to get loaded. Yeah, just waiting to get loaded and then head back down to good old communist Illinois.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for chiming in this morning. I got your number here. We'll get you a first-time caller code, and don't be a stranger. Fire Dago. And out there in the fog this morning, it's like I think I'm in Green Bay. I can't really tell because I can't see the signs, but there you go. All right. It's about the extent of it. And that's been the case all week. Yeah. Dense fog advisories again, widespread this morning. And it's 844-844-3388. In the trucking sector, I found it rather interesting. Talking about all this automatic emergency braking, all this new technology possibly being mandated on trucks. Had a story of a Kentucky-based truck driver, Elmer Bontrager. Said, I don't mind. I have he calls it an overly helpful big rig. But I know it has limits. His semi wants to tell him whenever it seems like he's going to mess up. The problem is the truck is not always correct, he says. A way station, for example, might have a stop sign where the truck only needs to stop if another light's red. But his know-it-all truck wants to stop anyway. Or his truck may confuse tire tracks or cracks in the pavement for lane markings. It may believe a trash can on the side of a curvy rural street is a car that he's about to smash into. My techie truck, provided by my employer, cannot distinguish between a threat and a routine blip. The technology doesn't always work as intended, he says. He lives in a small town, southwest Kentucky. He wrote in an email to FreightWaves, I think technology works best in an environment where everything is rational, which is probably the case in a computer program or a computer simulation. Unfortunately, in real-world operational environment, decisions are made and actions are taken by humans, and humans very often make irrational decisions and take irrational actions. The so-called advanced driver assistance systems becoming more and more popular over the past 10 years. These technologies monitor if a driver's abiding by the lane markings, keeping appropriate distance from the vehicle ahead, other key driving activities. They have the potential to mitigate accidents, but they are not a replacement for highly attentive, well-trained drivers. These trucks are not taking over the job of driving, but they certainly may result in drivers who relax their attention. In turn, fleets are more and more installing the inward-facing cameras to monitor whether the drivers are paying attention. Motive number one, such provider of artificial intelligence-powered driver-facing cameras, according to fleets, enjoying 57% fewer accidents within 4 months of deploying Motive cameras and a 30% reduction in accident-related costs. You see a lot of fleets installing cameras. Now, remember that name, Annette Sandberg? Yeah, she's a former FMCSA administrator. She is now a transportation consultant. She said a part of it is, listen, you still got to be paying attention. Let's say a car spins out in a lane beside you and all of a sudden it's in front of you. From a fleet perspective, while they expect the system to catch that, they also want to see that the driver's doing everything they can to avoid that. They still expect the driver to be able to understand and address that appropriately. So I guess they're justifying more and more the driver-facing cameras. According to the director of engineering at Daimler Trucks, North America's Automated Technology Group, these are designed to make sure you're abiding by the lane markings, keeping an appropriate distance from the vehicle ahead, and so on and so on. Back after this system. Does it actually work? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, that's funny. Talking about the kid that was doing 199 in Daddy's car and the prospect of putting speed limiters on the automobiles. That ain't going nowhere. Yeah, Roki said I was on I-80 Salt Lake City Basin. Speed limit is 80. I ended up driving 100 as everyone was passing me at 80. And at 100, I was still being passed. Wow. There are some places out there where people just flat out hammer down. That's like being on the Autobahn, I guess. Speaking of the modern technology, Mike just chimed in and said, they just put them dumbass cameras in our trucks. In other words, the driver-facing camera, right? It tells me to stay alert if I cough or if I yawn. Don't be yawning. Stay alert, driver. Yeah, watching every move you make. Eagle, you hanging in there this morning?
Yeah, I'm still here. I almost fell asleep on you. I thought I was gonna be home by now, but I ain't gotta get up early in the morning. Yeah, Steve. I wanted to talk about two more things. What I was addressing first of all, this loser, this guy. Did you find out what country this guy come from? I forgot how to say the name of this country where this guy comes from. This terrorist guy.
Right.
I can't say the name.
He's leader of the, I don't know how to pronounce it, Aberdeen Islamic group or something. So he's a radical Islamist, a terrorist for sure.
Yeah. Like I say. Okay, so here's the deal, Steve. This guy here, there should be a FBI alert for this guy in all 50 states in America. But I really doubt it, Steve. It would not shock me if Joe Biden is not looking for this man. They should be looking for this man in all 50 states until he is apprehended and arrested and placed under the jail. I didn't say in the jail. I said under the jail because that's where this man belongs. Because he's a terrorist, a coward, who believes in killing innocent women and children. I have no respect for people like that, Steve. People that kill innocent people like they did in 9/11. And that's exactly what's going to happen in America if this border is not closed. Joe Biden ought to be ashamed of himself, Steve. I don't see how he can go to sleep tonight knowing that there's an international terrorist walking the streets of America. Can you explain that to me, Steve? How Joe Biden can allow something like that?
No, but you know, the sad thing, Eagle, is that he's not the only one. There's undoubtedly dozens and dozens of others that are just as bad or maybe worse than him. They're here.
Yeah, that's the scary part about it. And if you look at the video, Steve, you look at the attitude of this guy. This guy acts like he's too good to be standing on American ground, that he's above these reporters that he's talking to. He despises America and the people that live here. That guy is a very dangerous individual, and he needs to be apprehended, and he needs to be apprehended immediately. Where FBI needs to be. Somebody needs to be looking for this man. You know, if people see him, they have FBI wanted posters or whatever. But if anybody sees this man, he needs to be placed in jail. He's a very dangerous individual. He's already been in jail for 12 years. I don't know how many people he's killed. I forgot to address that in my first call. Don't tell how many innocent lives this man has taken. And if he's not stopped, he will take more lives. So hopefully they can catch this man, Steve, and put him, I didn't say in the jail, under the jail. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, have a great morning. Thank you so much. Appreciate you hanging in there. Well, I saw where, and you can't help but chuckle, right on the heels of just a week ago, we were talking about the electric vehicles, the Teslas, where the charging stations were becoming the proverbial graveyards for vehicles in and around Chicago under the bitterly cold winter conditions. Well, the U.S. Postal Service really didn't want battery electric delivery trucks, but White House pressure quelled that. Now, the first off-the-shelf Ford Transit EVs are carrying the mail. Postal Service showed off its first set of electric vehicle charging stations at its South Atlanta sorting and delivery center on Monday of this week. The service plans hundreds of charging stations that will eventually be the nation's largest fleet of electric vehicles. Question, are we actually even contemplating placing electric mail delivery vehicles in that northern tier of the country? I'd really like to know. Modernizing the postal delivery fleet of aging, fire-prone Grumman LLVs coming from a $3 billion Inflation Reduction Act monies. In addition to replacing over 165,000 vehicles over the next 10 years, alternating current chargers from Siemens, Rexel, ChargePoint, and Blink, capable of overnight charging, will cover 66,000 electric vehicles. Postmaster General Louis DeHoy initially committed to just 10% of the next generation delivery vehicles being electrified. Well, that flew in the face of President Biden's commitment to electrifying the federal government's vehicle fleet. In addition to the Ford E-Transits, the Postal Service plans 45,000 more battery electric vehicles by 2028. The bulk of the new delivery trucks will come from Oshkosh Corporation, which was a surprise winner in the protracted bidding process that started nearly 10 years ago. Oshkosh beat out Workhorse Group, which planned to make all-electric vehicles and build them at a former GM plant in Northeast Ohio. I don't know, we may have some delays in our mail delivery in the future. What say you? We close it out there on a Thursday. Come back at the midnight hour Eastern Time for a casual Friday. Hope you'll join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I